Buenos días. Este 24 de junio, efectivamente, 24 de junio, damas y caballeros, para muchos de ustedes que están escuchando esto, espero que si estás escuchando esto, sepas por qué digo 24 de junio, ¿no? Y ahorita se los voy a enseñar en una, es más, lo voy a enseñar en una tabla, pero también vamos a platicar de compramos o se acabó el ciclo. Esta es una oportunidad de compra solamente por si no quieres ver el resto del video. No, tu Paco favorito no está prediciendo que es el fin de la burbuja de la inteligencia artificial. Le están mandando pequeñas noticias para que crea que lo es y obviamente con su gran inteligencia superior a la de todo el mundo, con la que pone todas estas noticias que le dan, saca su opinión que es completamente fabricada por los que crean las noticias y te dice que probablemente lo es, pero no lo es. Ahorita te voy a demostrar el por qué. Pero si vamos a hablar del 24 de junio, tenemos que enseñar lo siguiente. Voy a ir a mi Twitter, donde les he compartido este gráfico. Ustedes han visto este gráfico cuántas veces, ¿no? El famoso el 24 de junio sería el bajón local, ¿no? Que sigue. Entonces, hoy es 24 de junio, el precio de Bitcoin está cayendo en 61,600 en este momento. No nos lo puedes hacer tan fácil, Bitcoin. Dame un poco de pelea. No hagas esto que sea robótico, por el amor de Dios. Le estás quitando el sabor a la vida, ¿no? ¿Ven? Este es el problema cuando nos dan todo lo que pedimos y lo que estamos esperando, justo como lo queremos. No me sabe. Esto no me sabe. Ahora, lo que sí me sabe y que fue muy divertido ver es esto. Alguien en los comentarios, cuando yo les puse 24 de junio hace unos días, ¿no? Que era como porque lo he estado platicando aquí mil veces, pone que la vidente brasileña Bobayana, esta tarde durante el partido de Brasil y Escocia en Miami se producirá una abducción extraterrestre. Entiendo que estoy loco, entiendo que estoy pendejo, entiendo que todo lo que digo son solamente loquerías, pero no mamen. ¿De verdad creen que esto es lo que yo les estaba hablando de? ¿No? Sobre todo después de haber visto mi maldita tabla de Bitcoin 30,000 millones de veces, cabrones, que tiene esto. Todo el mundo se lo pasa por los... ¿Qué están viendo? La mayor cantidad de gente que está viendo esto y que comenta en X, ¿qué están viendo? Y si solamente me sigues en X, ¿por qué? No es como que comparto algo en X fuera de estas cosas. Entonces, es un puto desastre. Hoy es 24 de junio y vamos a esperar este bajón local. ¿En qué está basado este bajón local? Simplemente en temporalidad del ciclo del 2018. Y para mí, se los digo, aquí solamente hablando de cripto, estoy hablando de cripto. Ayer les hice un video explicándoles todo lo que yo estaba pensando y cómo creo que se va a mover el mercado, etcétera. Y en realidad ayer contesté la pregunta que les hago en este título del video. Pero ayer viendo el ciclo del 2018, tío, si continúa esto así, esto es idéntico. Y lo único que tengo que ver es, llévate ese SMI 200 para abajo en cierre. Y si no, este podría ser un Wikazo para abajo, que sería una excelente oportunidad de compra, pero es lo que estoy esperando, ¿no? Bien, con eso dicho, no se preocupen, no les voy a enseñar tablas. Vamos con lo primero. Este es el fin del ciclo, compramos o no. Uno, si estás volteando a ver esto y estás viendo la repetición que se está dando en el episodio de la Tierra el día de hoy, qué mamada. Vamos a ver si se da, ¿no? Vamos a ver si se da. Lo que sí voy a estar al pendiente para todos ustedes que siguen esto de Bitcoin y que están siguiendo el ciclo tal cual del 2018. El ciclo del 2018 me gusta más porque relativamente hablando, el mercado era más parecido a lo que estamos viendo ahorita. ¿Ok? Y en el 2020 tuvimos una gran inyección de dinero que va a empezar en el 2027. Entonces, no estaría tan perdido con esos datos en este momento, ahorita, metiéndome al ciclo del 2022, porque no tenemos esa debilidad en la bolsa. Una vez más, lo que estoy siguiendo acá, que nos da todas las fechas casi iguales, es el ciclo del 2018 en Bitcoin. ¿Por qué? Porque es un ciclo de 4 años, ciclo de midterm. La bolsa hace exactamente lo mismo, tiene un principio de año débil, se va para arriba casi al verano, después del verano tiene otro bajón de ahí a fin de año y después resume para arriba como todo lo demás. Y Bitcoin, pues básicamente es lo mismo, ¿no? Si ustedes han seguido el ciclo de 4 años en Bitcoin y no cayeron en las narrativas pendejas, saben que esto perfectamente iba a repetirse una vez más, ¿no? Ahora, ya hay muchas cosas que están cambiando. en cripto, en Bitcoin, y se los he dicho 1000 veces. Y eso va para adelante. Vamos a ver qué pasa. Si tenemos razón en esto de que nos están calentando los huevos con el superciclo, cuando esta vez podría ser. Y cuando digo superciclo, yo quiero que entiendan, como lo veo es, ven el momento que tuvo el oro que se fue de $2000 a 5000 y que todo el mundo, no mames, güey, qué locura. Eso es básicamente lo que veo con Bitcoin. Relativamente hablando, cada uno con sus movimientos de acuerdo al asset que es, ¿no? No puedo decirte, no, es que Bitcoin se va a ir al doble, güey, de lo que costaba. A nadie le impresionaría eso, ¿no? Todo el mundo estaría de, pues yo no me voy a hacer multibillonario de la noche a la mañana holdeando Bitcoin, además no voy a estar bien bronceado, voy a comer bien y todo. No te preocupes, carnal. Relativo al bien que estás comprando y que estamos viendo y analizando en este momento, ¿ok? Tranquilo, antes de que te mojes las pantaletas, mijo. ¿Por qué no es fin de ciclo? Uno, temporalidad de ciclos, simplemente de años, etcétera. Dos, a tu Paco favorito lo han estado entreteniendo bastante con que es el fondo de la burbuja de la burbuja de inteligencia artificial reventando. Les están dando noticias de que va a salir una nueva empresa que es como Micron, que hoy entrega resultados, y esta nueva empresa está mejor valuada que Micron y que hace más dinero que Micron y que y todo el mundo se va a ir a ella. Bien, les están contando que Apple va a crear su propia memoria también y todos sus chips. Bien, les han dicho todo esto, pero nadie se enfoca en lo importante y lo más fundamental de todo, que es el gobierno de Estados Unidos va a financiar, fondear y dar dinero para estas empresas de inteligencia artificial hasta que se acabe el mundo, porque literalmente, ¿qué vamos a exportar y qué estamos exportando a todos los países? Inteligencia, señores. En la década y media pasada, casi 2 décadas, podemos argumentar, fue tecnología. Esta vez lo que vamos a exportar es inteligencia y poder de cómputo. Si no quieres entender esto, está perfecto. Y también tienes que entenderlo, güey. Te lo está diciendo un güey que se acaba de despertar, ¿no? No se bañó, no se puso el portafolio, no se peinó, no pretende tener grados, no fue a la escuela, un puto ignorante de mierda. Pero, 24 de junio. eh, pero es la neta del planeta. Es más sencillo de lo que todo el mundo lo hace ver, ¿no? De todo esto. Hay más señales del que esto no es el fin de ciclo grande y la destrucción de todo. ¿Por qué? Porque tenemos explicaciones para las bajadas de todo. Y explicaciones racionales, ¿ok? Que es los ciclos funcionando exactamente tal cual, es un copy-paste de todo. Tenemos las noticias estúpidas que les están dando a tus pacos favoritos. Y quiero que entiendan esto, las burbujas no son obvias de ver, no lo son. Por más que me ría, lo voy a decir sin ser sarcástico y sin ser una mierda. No puedo hacer eso, solo soy una mierda, pero lo voy a hacer sin sarcasmo. En el 2008, en lo que todo el mundo, les digo esto, uno de mis mejores amigos en Nueva York, el que me metió a todo lo que fue bienes raíces, etcétera, él fue el primero que me habló y se los he contado antes a ustedes, pero de nuevo, no sé cuántos de ustedes vean más de 2 segundos del video, pongan atención o qué estén haciendo en lo que están viendo esto, ¿no? Con lo del 24 de junio, una excelente prueba. Pero un amigo, mi amigo en Nueva York, que su papá se dedica a bienes raíces y lo ha hecho mejor que nadie que he visto yo en mi vida, me dijo, todo está muy caro ahorita, y esto es el 2005. No, mi papá dijo, ya no vamos a comprar nada. Y todo el mundo en esa plática, yo no entendía nada. Le decía, está loco, güey, todo esto va a seguir subiendo. Todo el mundo lo tiró a pendejo. Al güey que había hecho ya una fortuna, ahora tiene una multibilloneta de fortuna, pero en ese entonces le tiraron a pendejo al güey que ya era millonario con eso. Todo el mundo, todo el mundo. Y ahorita me vas a decir que tu Paco educado, bien peinado, bien bronceado, ¿no? Perfumado, que se puso a estudiar sus tablas de Yahoo Finance, sabe que va a haber una burbuja de inteligencia artificial y va a reventar. Y no nada más tu Paco favorito, miles de millones de Pacos. Entonces, ¿todo el mundo se ha vuelto mejor a predecir la bolsa? La respuesta es no. La respuesta es, la gente no aprende nada. Lo han visto en vivo y en directo en este canal. La gente no aprende nada, tíos. El hecho de que todos te estén prometiendo eso es para que no te subas al tren de la burbuja, de la inteligencia artificial, mi hermano. Les había yo contado antes de este ajuste. Va a haber una bajada y van a querer comprar los que quieran meterse en inteligencia artificial, acciones de inteligencia artificial. Va a valer la pena completamente. Por cierto, ayer que se inundó mi casa, felicidades a mí, estaba afuera, en lo que estaba con los plomeros de adentro para afuera y la chingada, y un vecino vino y me empezó a platicar de coches y no sé qué. Y me dice, ¿te gusta invertir en la bolsa? Y le digo, sí. A ti me dice, sí, ¿puedes creer lo que está pasando? Y le digo, ¿qué está pasando? Y me dice, oh, güey, es que yo estoy invertido en inteligencia artificial y hoy no es un buen día y ayer no fue un buen día y no sé qué, ¿no? Y yo, güey, apenas ya han bajado estas chingaderas, ¿no? Que compraste el tope o qué pedo, ¿no? Es lo que yo estoy pensando. Y le digo, pues sí, están abajo tantito, pero ¿cuánto han subido, no? Me dice, ya sé, pero no son buenos días. El estrés que traía este cabrón, preocupante, número uno. Dos, todo el mundo está invirtiendo comprando el tope. Y es que sí, honestamente, les voy a decir algo. Y aquí lo pueden ver con lo que analizamos, ¿no? Voy a echar un poco debajo del camión a toda la gente que está en ETA, que nos pide que analicemos tablas que están en mega altos históricos. ¿Cuándo sería un buen momento para invertir en esto? Güey, cuando pierdas 50, 60% de valor, es cuando lo vas a hacer. No ahorita, pero todo el mundo quiere brincar en esas deliciosas velas verdes gigantescas que no paran. Y es lo que hace. Es el error más grande de cualquier inversionista que está empezando o que no capta el flow de todo este pedo, ¿no? Y es el gran FOMO con el gran miedo de que este es el final de ello, y es justo lo que te están vendiendo. Otra cosa que te dice que no estamos en el fin de ciclo grande todavía, y esto va a ocurrir de una manera extraña, ¿ok? Cuando esto pase, porque hay muchas variantes esta vez entrando, variables, esta vez entrando al sistema monetario global, que es la bajada de intereses a través de un sistema fuera de la Reserva Federal en Estados Unidos. Entonces, eso va a tener repercusiones completamente diferentes que ahí es donde nos la vamos a pelar todos. Pero hay cosas que podemos ver antes de que eso ocurra. Una de ellas es las restricciones de crédito. Y se los he dicho 1000 veces. Todo el mundo que está viviendo esta gran vida y que está comprando boletos para ir al mundial no le alcanza para nada de esto. Lo están sacando a paguitos. Y a paguitos que no van a poder comprar, que no van a poder pagar. Lo mismo con su tarjeta de crédito, lo mismo con sus coches, lo mismo con todo. Lo estoy viendo en vivo y en directo. Les acabo de contar también de mi cuate que va a declarar bancarrota, pero pues tiene una línea de crédito de 300,000, la sacó toda y se va a ir de vacaciones a una isla no sé dónde. Pero va a declarar bancarrota y no me da risa que tenga que declarar bancarrota, pero güey, en la actitud. Y hasta ahorita tienen que entender esto. Y yo les había dicho también esto, una vez más, no porque yo lo sepa, pero es porque es psicológicamente el plan que están siguiendo. ¿Van a subir los intereses? No, carnales, no los van a subir. Les voy a decir por qué. Porque Ford, porque todas las empresas que te dan paguitos, etcétera, y que te dicen, cómpralo a 0% de intereses, ellos tienen que pagar, son descuentos. Cuando vas a comprar un coche y te dicen que tienes que pagar 0% de intereses, ellos te están dando un descuento en el coche porque no tienen dinero que te pueden prestar gratis, carnal. Porque si te lo prestan gratis, si lo quieres ver así, estarían perdiendo 5, 7, 15, 20% en ese dinero que pueden poner a trabajar. Y no estás tan guapo como para que te den ese dinero así gratis. Te están dando un descuento, cabrón, en el coche y te lo están vendiendo como si fuera, porque todo esto está trabajado en coordinación todos ellos para que creas que no hay descuentos en todo, porque así de pequeña es la mente de todo el mundo, tristemente, porque no comprendemos más allá de lo que nos ponen enfrente, no lo vemos en las noticias, los pacos son excelencia. Y es justamente algo que no va a pasar. Lo que han estado haciendo con esta amenaza de que van a subir los tipos es poder mantener esta fiesta por más tiempo. ¿Por qué? Porque lo que genera es que la gente se rinda y diga, a la verga, güey, ya voy a meterme en crédito. Voy a pagarlo después o no lo voy a pagar, me da igual, de todas maneras nunca voy a hacer este dinero. Lo que ellos están buscando es meter a la mayor cantidad de gente en ese tipo de deuda. Luego van a reventar la deuda de todo el mundo, obviamente. Esto es, en mi opinión, esto es la cosa más obvia. Esta vez no es una burbuja de crédito en bienes raíces, no es una burbuja de crédito de todos, tío. A nadie le alcanza para vivir como están viviendo y los supercargas con redes sociales porque, güey, si no vas al estadio y poner tu foto apoyando a la selección, pues, güey, eres un pinche don nadie de mierda. Entonces, haz el video reaccionando todo el tiempo que estés en el partido y pásate de la verga y ten el estrés de a ver si la gente lo va a ver y te van a dar los likes suficientes para que alguien te dé $200 en un sponsorship, brother. De eso se trata este pedo. Entonces, van a quebrar a todo el mundo, pero hasta ahorita siguen soltándote crédito. La otra cosa en Estados Unidos, el mundo de las casas, por ejemplo, el mundo de las casas no para. No es que esté subiendo en Estados Unidos. Está colapsado la gran mayoría de mercados. Los mercados calientes son los que la gente que tiene muchísimo dinero, como lo de los coches, pero muchísimo dinero. Y lo demás es un... están, ¿cómo se dice? Shortage. No hay tanto inventario en este momento. No hay tanto inventario de casas. No porque la gente no las quiera vender, es porque están atorados y no pueden ellos comprar otra casa con lo que venderían su casa. Y lo peor de todo, no se están vendiendo las casas. Tenemos el peor registro de compra y ventas en bienes raíces en la historia de Estados Unidos desde que tenemos datos. El peor. Pero les digo esto, en el 2005, 6, 7, 8, tomó años donde no se movió, donde mi cuate dijo, güey, ya no voy a comprar más edificios, no voy a comprar más cosas, me tengo. Y que todo el mundo lo tiró a pendejo. Que le dijeron, güey, todo esto va a continuar subiendo, la gente, la gran gente experta. Está pasando eso. Hasta que no veas que bienes raíces en Estados Unidos, en lugares bonitos, colapsa, tío, esto continúa. Y esa va a ser el colapso grande. Para mí, la que sigue después de esto, o te tienen que meter una jugada grande, buenísima, ¿no? Como lo que pasó en el 2020, o van a dejar correr esto otros 4, 3 años tal vez, y ahí donde todo el mundo ya esté en la mierda, lo único que tienen que hacer es pedirle a todo el mundo que les pague de vuelta lo del crédito, tío. Y esto, ninguno de ustedes lo creen porque no lo han vivido, la gran mayoría de ustedes, estoy seguro que son más jóvenes que este viejucho. Pero les digo de corazón esto, el día que te habla el crédito y te dice, güey, tienes que pagarme mínimo 25% de esto, y esto le va a pasar a todo el mundo al mismo tiempo, todo el mundo va a decir, no tengo nada. Y van a decirte, pues no hay pedo, güey, entonces te voy a quitar la casa o te voy a quitar esto, y todo el mundo va a decir, no, 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 voy a vender. Y todo va a salir a la venta al mismo tiempo, todo va a colapsar en precio, y la gente va a estar tan negativo en todo lo que debe, que van a tener que todos declarar bancarrota, y en ese modo de desesperación es cuando te van a dar toda una cantidad de dinero tan absurdamente ridícula impresa para que se los regreses de vuelta y esto vuelva a ocurrir otra vez en el futuro. Entonces, estamos ante el fin de esto, es una oportunidad de compra, carnal. Y cuando veamos y nos volteamos y digamos, ¿saben qué? Ya están llamándole a la gente que del crédito. Encantado de la vida voy a venir y les voy a contar eso. Hasta ahorita no. Estamos simplemente ante el mismo comportamiento cíclico. Le están mandando a tu Paco favorito todas las noticias de que es el fin de la burbuja de inteligencia artificial. ¿Qué más le puedes pedir al señor? Además de que el día de hoy Bitcoin amenaza con dar la siguiente patada para abajo el 24 de junio, 8 años a la fecha del día de hoy, idéntico que en el 2018. ¿Qué más quieren? ¿No creen en la teoría de ciclos? Pues voy a ir a chingar a mi madre entonces, ¿no? Güey, qué locura lo fácil que ha sido esto. Y también voy a seguir compartiendo todas estas estupideces en Discord. Les había mandado qué buen corto fue este, carajo. Este fue un gran corto que me reventé, tíos, el último literalmente fue el punto más alto, tal cual como el de las noticias acá del Clarity Act para todos los bitcoins bien asoleados y que estaban perfectamente, ya se iban a 100 mil millones de dólares en los 82,000. Acá también, güey. Entonces, aquí estaba 65, 66, 67. Puta madre. puta madre. Y ahora es difícil holdear con cojones esos cortos, cabrones. Es difícil. Pero también Alex en todos los ¿cómo se dice? En todos los escalones para abajo los ha estado guiando en camino para abajo con todos estos cortos. Les está dando todos las señales por acá en nuestro Discord. También son absolutamente gratis. Aquí las tienen. Y qué rápido se acabaron los payasos, ¿no? Ya llega todo el mundo a mamarle la verga. Es como pasa todo esto. Cuando vean payasos en Discord, literalmente es cuando saben ustedes que pues se viene lo bueno. También tienen acá los análisis de Farhan. Y para los que están viendo y leyendo esto todo el tiempo, aquí tienes todas las abreviaciones que usan estos güeyes. Yo no, yo hablo como pinche vagabundo todavía, igualito, pero aquí tienes todas las abreviaciones que usan ellos en inglés y en español. ¿Ok? Para que los tengan presentes, bien potentes en la mente, fuerte. No, ya no sé qué más va a rimar con eso, ¿no? Al camarón, güey, ya, ok, me voy a ir a dormir pronto. Pero bueno, si también quieres aprender, tío, a que no te vean la cara de pendejo cuando tu Paco favorito te dice, y esto quiero que lo vean también, ¿no? Esto es una de las cosas más brutales en toda la historia, la tabla del dólar. Esto es una tabla semanal, les voy a poner rápido una tabla de 3 meses. Alguien en realidad varios de ustedes me han escrito en X y me han dicho, llevas un año diciendo que el dólar va a subir, pendejo. Lleva un año subiendo el dólar. Cada una de estas velas son 3 meses. Para que no seas como ellos, para que no seas como esas personas que no lo creen. Y no nada más eso. Llevas desde el 2008, casi 20 años, subiendo. No sé si sepan, esta es una dirección que va para arriba. Por eso les digo, tíos, no los quiero meter a que se vuelvan traders y que estén todo el puto día detrás de una tabla. Quiero que aprendan a leer una pinche tabla, lo básico de lo básico. Si quieres aprender, y lo mejor de todo es, y se los digo de todo corazón, uno de los güeyes que yo más veía como, wow, este güey es una verga, tiene un curso de $10,000. $10,000 para enseñarte trading. Y ese güey, no lo quiero poner aquí, pero ese güey es de los que dice que el dólar se va a ir a cero y que está colapsando cuando lleva un año subiendo, güey. Entonces, en vez de pagar $10,000, tío, cáele por acá a nuestro sitio web, en productos, hay una madre que se llama un curso de principiantes que se llama De Cero a Trader. $29, 1 hora 40 es lo que dura. En inglés y en español, los dos lo compras una vez y tienes las dos versiones ahí en el sitio siempre para que lo veas. Tío, $29.99 en vez de $10,000, y con $10,000 no sabes ni que el dólar continúa subiendo y está empujando al alza. Me puedes estar chingando. Lo único que quiero es que te des cuenta de esto, porque analizar una tabla básicamente, les digo, ustedes saben lo pendejo que soy. Me están viendo diario, si es que lo hacen. Me han visto todas las estupideces y pendejadas que hago. Las conocen, tíos. Saben lo poco de capacidad cerebral que tengo. Y pueden ver que mínimo puedo voltear a ver una tabla y decir, no mamen, güey, ¿de qué están hablando, carnales? ¿No? Y es lo mismo que yo quiero que hagan ustedes. Esta madre es la que te da todas las bases. Y de ahí, para mantenerlo lo más barato posible, solamente ven estos, cuando estamos haciendo los análisis en vivo, son 3 horas de análisis puro y duro en cada clase, que es lunes, miércoles y viernes, completamente gratis. Y ahí empieza a escribir preguntas que no entiendas, güey. Y ahí, cuando no entiendes y tienes tus preguntas, vente aquí a las sesiones de trading en vivo, este paquetillo, que también incluye el curso, por cierto, y también tiene otros videos como el cómo usar apalancamiento, y tengo que subir el de las divergencias, apalancamiento, cómo poner líneas memes, etcétera. Y aquí puedes venir. Mañana tenemos clase, por cierto, para todos ustedes que son parte de esto. Mañana tenemos una clase de 4 horas donde justamente todas esas preguntas las contestamos para que entiendas perfectamente qué te falta y puedas ver estas tablas y decir, ¿sabes qué? Ya entendí, carnal. Ya entendí, ya lo comprendí, ahí lo tengo. Solamente $39.99, no $10,000. Loquísimo. Ahora, ¿quieres aprender cómo usar estos exchanges de futuros, tío? Cáele acá en Tutos. Ya que aprendiste a tradear, no vengas aquí a mamar si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, por el amor de Dios, no. Vente en Tutos y cómo usar Bitunix. Le picas, también ahí tenemos Blofin. Un videíto de 11 minutos, te enseña todo. Una vez más, esto es completamente gratis. Y, espérame, no le quiero picar. Y aquí abajo tienes el enlace para participar en todo lo que estamos haciendo con Bitunix. Acabo de ver, tenemos ahorita para regalar esos $3,000. Tenemos la semana donde estamos dando $9,000 todas las semanas. Nada más no está activo todavía. No sé por qué vergas. Entonces, ahorita en lo que me toca hacer el análisis, se los voy a aprender para que lo tengan y hagamos el sorteo de esos $3,000 en USDT para que puedan llevárselos a casa. Y de nuevo, tienes muy buenas chances de ganar. Hay muy poca gente tradeando con esto. Así que, y lo único que tienes que hacer una vez más, solamente registrarte, crear tu cuenta de Bitunix con esto. Si ya la creaste con otro sitio, usa otro correo y usa este enlace y ya con eso tienes, mi estimado. Con eso dicho, puesto y hecho, vámonos directamente a las tablas. Vamos a ver qué pedo con Alex y con Parn y vamos a darle para adelante. Good morning, boys. Who would have thought? June 24th.
Buenos dias, cabrones. June 24th. I didn't know what day it was, but now I do.
June 24th, 8 years ago, we got the next leg down on Bitcoin. Let's see if it repeats itself.
That was Luna?
The day that's been marked on my calendar, honestly.
No, that was 2018, Farhan. Yeah.
Now we'll really see if the correlation is, well, what we've been really shown, which is this market cycle that we're currently in is very similar to 2018. There with potentially the riskiest asset dumping today, early morning red dildo. You're also seeing a pretty green Dixie. We see here breaking the 101. Japanese yen looks like it's in breakout mode, something you haven't seen in a very long time, along with even the peso going up, looking like it's on its way up to the 22 now. What a beautiful market. Solana is looking weak. Coinbase is looking weak. Strategy. And it's not just crypto. You even have here the indices here, the majors, wherever they are. However, I can find it. Boom. Looking very weak on the cliff side edge. So how do we actually, interpret this market? What do we do moving forward? Well, I do believe actually today's a day of decision. We are getting finally that move down under 62,200. You do notice and this is something to note actually, right off that 30-minute is what really sparked this move down. If you just view 62.2 meme line, let me get everything off here. We can actually see it. Professionals here. You can see once you lost 62,200, price went up to the 62,100 essentially before rejecting. Upon a rejection, this is about a 1.4% move on a 30-minute. This just shows the extreme moves to the downside Bitcoin is experiencing. Let me actually get that alert up right now. I've just posted a Bitcoin short. And this actually plays right into today. So the lower time frames are now losing 62,200. To me, this is the big sign going forward because what we're potentially seeing is a range breakdown. You can see the last few occurrences where you lost 62,200 led Bitcoin to lows, essentially. Here's a 62.2 loss. This is what took us all the way down to 60,200. 62,200 became loss on a daily before Bitcoin dumped all the way down to 59,400. And you can kind of see that's just kind of where it ends, other than like 2024. So even in this bear market cycle, you've actually had little data under 62,200. That's why today's an epically big day. Across the board, you're really seeing weakness on stocks, crypto, strength in Forex. Really is making you wonder if everything's lining up for the next leg down. Here's Bitcoin entering into a new range. And remember, we've been respecting this range for a while. 62,200 being the extremity low, 65,000 being that mid-range, 69,000 being the Glock 3,000, busting action spot for bulls. You can notice it worked very well up. It's worked very well down. But now if you start breaking 62,200, we're entering into a market we haven't seen since really the start of this entire year. And it's really playing into the idea that Bitcoin is extremely weak and we are in a massive bear market. Just for, sobering perspective here, from a very easy daily SMA 200 retest, how much have we gone down so far? 25%. Really not too bad. And even on today, we're now just burning a 2.22%. red dildo. So what we're seeing is the moves are getting more extreme, in my opinion. We should really start seeing price action like what occurred here in May, June. really take hold in late June, July. I am looking for a bottom to be formed within the next week or two. That bottom should be right around 45 to 49K. The reason I'm mentioning the daily so much is because it is telling the story. This is the easy perspective to keep. Now, all you need to do is, if you just view everything as it is, if we start closing under yesterday's low, already we're below it. Already we're below 62.2. But even if we start closing under yesterday's low, that's a continuation breakdown signal for me. Now, you do have daily volatility reset, busting up, getting back above the moving average. This is playing into the idea that, well, we absolutely could start seeing a market like what we had here in May, early June. This was off of a daily volatility setup. Let's just see really quickly. Here we got the expansion. So then let's measure it at this point. This gave us a 20% on a daily volatility setup. You are literally getting a bigger setup if you view it here ever so slightly, or I guess it's matching. Never mind. I recant that statement. Matching, touching tips, I guess, with May versus now. Understand May to June gave you a 20% setup to the downside. It's almost as if bulls or bears essentially are getting ready for a 20% move down to 49,000. And we literally have the setup giving us that now. All this is on the daily. Daily's been telling a story. You're getting daily HPDR breakdown. Let me actually delete this. We can mentally note. This was just something I was showing yesterday. A big range potentially is forming here. Let me delete that. That way we can kind of see a little clear. Don't know what this line is. We'll delete that. Do this. And so you can just see today, essentially, you entered into a breakdown. And even today, you just rejected the bottom 38.2%, all while Bitcoin's producing a volatility setup. How easy how easy do you want it, right? This is as easy as it can become. Price divergence. And even yesterday, we basically were just in lower time frame downtrend. Look at just produced a lower high right at 2-hour EMA 34. Legitimately no changes here. 2 hours now in a massive deviation. This is exactly why I did post that short trade for us on ET right now. Something like this to start the breakdown now is what I want. And we just simply have it at the last lower high on the lower time frames. Is a setup that's brewing now. So that's the daily. That is what I see. We are literally getting such an awesome setup. If lower time frames lose 62,200, all that means is the daily is going to lose it. And essentially, that'll mean that we are about to get into an epic short setup. Each time that we've lost 62,200 on Bitcoin, it has resulted into a deviation reclaim here and then even here. This last deviation reclaim is what took us up to 67,000. So I'm really now looking at this is chop, and potentially finally getting follow through down. You're even getting many people talk about maybe Euro is finding a bottom, maybe Dixie's finding a top. In all honesty, that's just not what we're seeing at all. And even if, let's say, Euro or Dixie even comes down a little bit, all that might look like is just a lower high. Something on Dixie we've been seeing lower highs producing. You do see you have a free move up to the weekly SMA 200. And let's all not forget what we just learned. What was it, 2 days ago? Look at Dixie breaking out on Monday. What was Bitcoin doing on Monday? It was moving up. It was a green dildo. Let's look at that real fast. That way we just understand how predatory this market is. We were up 3.72% on stream, but we talked about here the fact that when Dixie in a bear market starts going up and you start seeing risks are going up, Bitcoin start going up, one of these charts are lying. This is what really helped me a lot in 2022. Now, I understand this market looks a lot more like 2018, but I'm just representing the dynamic in last bear market, which was what really helped traders, i.e. me, because I was massively shorting the bear market in 2022, was the correlation of Dixie. This was like you would have your Dixie chart, you would have whatever you're shorting. If Dixie looked bullish, regardless of risk being green, you would trust Dixie because this is what dollars are telling us. People are selling assets. And that's the same correlation we're seeing now. If you were here on Monday, you will remember that green Dixie along with a green dildo on Bitcoin. But what resulted was a breakout where Bitcoin ended up rejecting. Remember, it can be a hindsight trade as well. And on Monday, it was very, very obvious we were going to break down. Why can I confidently say that? Because it just was. You literally had a daily silver cross to the downside. Since upon silver cross, you've been rejecting the 21. And even before that, you've been rejecting your daily EMA 9. Look at the dump in June. This occurred off your daily EMA 9. So you have to be watching the silver cross on the 21. You even had on CR, many talk about a move up to 69,000. And remember, this got greatly diminished once we had this rejection here. Once we had the retest, this was a bearish setup. Let's again all mentally note this setup here. Something as easy as a weekly deviation. So reclaim, deviation, instantly. This put a setup to trap bulls. We understand that, right? Because then we got the move up. We rallied up, tested even the weekly 5, got it the bearish retest. And on that bearish retest, what has occurred? You've now dumped past that weekly SMA 200, closing in 4 days. Once you lose this weekly SMA 200, confluence of that $49,000 bottom incoming. Even the daily here, got a deviation, never even got the retest. This is why if you shorted this down, good job on that. But this is why we had a TP at 62.2, because we still were in a range and we still could identify a retest setup here. Now, we didn't retest it on June 18th, but we did get the retest on June 22nd. And now look what has occurred. You break in the lows. See, this is how this bear markets usually act. You have to get the retests. They may take a long time, but then on these retests, either produce lower highs or bearish retests. Now, I understand the weekly is yet to retest the EMA 100. This is going to play exactly into our bottom thesis. Once Bitcoin capitulates down to 49 to 45K, I do believe we're going to make an epic rally up to the bi-weekly EMA 100. And I do believe a new range is going to be forming here, i.e. 45 to 49,000, all the way up to maybe 69,000. Range traders here are going to have a great time. We also could just simply see the start of 2027 really be just that mean reversion rally. Now, don't forget, that's a pretty big rally up. We're talking about a 38%. Remember, I said a bottom. So I am looking for a bottom to be produced here fairly soon. Once 45 to 49K is tapped, I'm not expecting these lows to be tested ever again on Bitcoin or for at least a few years. Now, why could I confidently think a bottom is coming soon? And what really helped us on Friday? Well, I actually remember the bi-weekly silver cross setup that we talked about and even identified on stream here. Let me see if my memory is wrong. But I remember whenever Bitcoin gets into a silver cross on the bi-weekly, these are essentially the moves that take us to the bottom. Every bi-weekly silver cross on Bitcoin, I think, i.e. except one, so granted one, has led to a bottoming or a bottom formation. And then after, right, so here's our bi-weekly silver cross. What is that? 9 and 21 crossing, 21 crossing under 55. That's your silver cross. Anytime you get this in a bi-weekly, you often form that bottom. This is the exasperated move down that gives you the low. But then on the flip end, after a bi-weekly silver cross, once you get the bi-weekly silver cross up, because remember, these can go down, currently is, but also they can go up, that's when Bitcoin's bottom is in. Once you get a bi-weekly silver cross down, so here's the silver cross down. Here we got a pretty easy bottoming formation here at 15,000. Bitcoin made a bottom there. And then we moved up. You didn't need to guess if the bottom was in. Once bi-weekly gave you the silver cross to the upside, that confirmed expansion, but also that the bottom was in. So do you kind of see what I'm saying here? Bi-weekly silver cross confirmed a downside move, but this was a bottoming move. And then what confirmed the bottom was another silver cross to the upside. That's how you knew you were out of the bear market. So here was 2023. We can keep going. So this was our failure setup. And this was the silver cross down, but the bottom was in. So on that silver cross crossing down, you did already have a bottom in, technically. The bottom was at $3,000. You will notice here that on that silver cross, Bitcoin did not go down at all. So here is the only difference, which was in 2018, 2019. And that is something we should note because of how much, well, it looks like 2018 market is now. So what could be happening is two things. Either the bottom's already in on Bitcoin, 2018 will play out. We will ever so slightly go a little lower, but the bottom is in. So we didn't retest this low here. Once we had the silver cross, we got near the lows. Remember, this is like a $500 range upon the lows. Got near the lows, but didn't retest it. And then Bitcoin went up. But what still was able to help us was the idea that the biweekly silver cross did occur, you did hold above it, and you got expansion. So even despite this being in quotation marks a failure, this still was very telling for us. You crossed back up, and then the bottom was in. So then we know if, let's say, we're in a 2018 style market, and the bottom is already in on Bitcoin, then technically you should start seeing into July slowly moving up, causing a biweekly silver cross to the upside. Because again, it's just that makes sense. When you form a bottom, you will eventually get a silver cross to the upside. The easy correlation on this one is just whenever a biweekly does it, it just does confirm a bottom. So here was the difference, but nice. This was still very telling. And then we can go even, all the way over here. Silver cross occurred on bi-weekly. And then what happened? We did form a bottom. We thought the bottom was in, but we tested ever so slightly below it, getting a slightly lower low. And then that was it. The bottom was in. Silver cross occurred, bottom happened, and here we are. And then what really bottomed Bitcoin out again was a bi-weekly silver cross to the upside. Now, I know this seems repetitive, but why I'm mentioning it like how I am is just so everyone can really see for their own eyes that catching bottoms doesn't need to be some mythical creature that you hope one day you can catch. And you also don't need to catch the exact lows here. You don't need to be a buyer here or here. You can, obviously, and that's good for you. But even just knowing what we know, silver cross bi-weekly, most likely this bottom was in. Let's just start longing the silver cross, buying here. Are you really upset about your buys here and missing them here when after that you go on an epic bull market? Absolutely not. No, it doesn't make any difference at all. And that's why we don't need to be too antsy on if we're right on the bottoms. All we need to do is just wait. From the low up, that was about 90%. I'm sure majority felt like they missed out. And then once you missed out and that was it, what occurred? You got the silver cross. And then, okay, you missed 90%. Damn, let me just sign off. This is all a scam. You would have literally, because of 90% making you upset, you would have missed out on 6,300%. And I could keep doing this on every single cycle but 2018. But even now, 2018 still went up. It actually still went up. Boom, bottom was still in. You didn't take the lows out. It was 164%. Here we have, didn't actually uncross. I will just say that. It got weak though. Very weak, very weak. But here you were able just to get a 760%. Silver cross occurred, bottom in. Again, and we don't need to well, maybe we were going to buy that. No, for sure we would buy this once the bi-weekly silver cross is in. For sure, because everything on Bitcoin has just signaled to us that once that's in, that's the best time to be an investor. Here even was 320%. Now, if you're relating to how much Solana went up versus Bitcoin, okay, yeah, I mean, there's better, higher beta, riskier things, but just with triggers alone, this is a pretty solid trigger and at least can help me identify when we're close to at least forming a bottom, which we are, and then also when the bottom is in. So that was 2015. And then we can keep going here. Let's see. And that was it. That's all we've had. So every single time you've gotten a bi-weekly silver cross to the upside after a prolonged downtrend, it has led to a bottom on Bitcoin. So that's just something we're going to mentally note. I promise you, when you get the bi-weekly silver cross, if that's at 49, 45, maybe top G's right at 21, I promise you, when you do get this bi-weekly silver cross, and we do talk about the bottom being in, it's going to be is it in? Are we actually? No, it's in. Like, that is like almost like 100%, or basically the 100% confirmation on that. So that's at least very welcoming to me, at least, because then I don't need to really have FOMO at all with this market. And then now we just go to our monthly, right? And we just look at, okay, well, where is Bitcoin heading next? Well, we're heading towards the monthly EMA 100, very simply, with the volatility set up. Why would we expect anything different than this just being the start of a breakdown? Volatility just confirmed, by the way, this month. It just confirmed this month on the index. Now, if you argued on CME, okay, this has been quite matured for 2 to 3 months. But on the index, it's saying, hold my beer. This is the first red dildo upon monthly volatility expansion. Why would it just stop here? And this has been a big thing we've talked about on stream when we were rallying up to 65s. Why would we stop here? What would at all indicate that at all? Like, we have a lower low here. You don't get price divergence on lower low breaks. And we know you should not be trading into lower lows. Like, when you're longing this, longing, but the monthly is still this girthy, this red, and we have 6 days left to go, just go to the casino, get your free dinner, get a free pack of smokes. You'd be better off doing that than trying to long Bitcoin right now, because there is literally not even a speck or an ounce telling me that we're going to at all go up this month, at all. Maybe in July, right? Because we're in lower low now, and that's kind of how Bitcoin's been. Lower low means lower highs, but you don't have that argument until 7 days now, up until now. So, I mean, this monthly closes in 6 days, 10 hours. So in like 7 days, then you can make the argument for a lower high mean reversion trade. But you do notice here that you don't get that. And now you're very close to filling out this candle again. The exact scenario we wanted once 65K was tested, just to fill in this back out. So now what we have is a loss of 62.2, and we already identified the idea that 62.2 probably is not going to hold. Let me just double check that. Let's go to the bi-weekly. No, it was 65. My apologies. The fact that 65,000 has been lost for 2 bi-weekly candles is a epically dangerous sign for bulls. I mean, just visual representation here. What was massive support for 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 10 weeks, gave us expansion, has now been flipped into resistance for 2, 4, 6 weeks now, on the 5th week, technically. Like, instant, and here you literally have Grant Cardone saying, I just bought more Bitcoin. Oh God. Like, thank you, honestly, thank you, because we need liquidity to TPD shorts. So thank you, honestly, I appreciate that. But that just doesn't make any sense. Maybe if you had a reclaim of 69, and we had Scotty and the boys saying, we bought Bitcoin here on a reclaim, that would make sense to me. But if you're seeing your favorite influencer scaling Bitcoin here at the high 60s, 70s, they're just playing into the bear market. They're just doing what we did the entire bear market move. I bought Bitcoin here. I bought Bitcoin here. I bought Bitcoin here. I sold all my Bitcoin here. It's a scam. It's the story that we've been seeing for years upon years. So we need to be watching very carefully Bitcoin, because now what we're seeing is the loss of 62.2. And this was so fast, literally, you had to just be on the Discord and watch. Literally, this should literally surprise no one when we got the dump on Bitcoin. Once we lose 62,200, we will dump towards 49s. So yes, we kind of didn't, accurately on that 30-minute get the drop. But do I have FOMO on that even now? No. This will mean that tonight our daily short on ETA will trigger 62.2, most likely gives us a bearish retest. And here we are. And boom, we've already hit my TP zone at 67,000. 60,700 is a better way to say it. And now with Bitcoin losing 62.2, I just hope we're all understanding that literally what can occur now is just a violent drop to the downside. Because look at the biweeklies here. Look at current market price. Ready? I'll draw a line. Okay. So look where we're at and look at how fast price can move down. Even on a buyback here and here and here. So these got bought up. Let's see. Current market price down. We still dumped 12%, 10%, 13%, 19% at this current point. So no, there's literally nothing telling me Bitcoin should move up until 49,000 is hit. I'm not going to be at all front running 49,000 because why would I? Volatility is literally telling me that we can go down. And now let's look at the bi-weekly volatility setup we were watching on Monday. It's resetting. Let's go to the weekly volatility setup. It's expanding. So expansion, bi-weekly is resetting. And remember what we identified in the last bull and bear market. Every single time you get a bi-weekly setup in a bull market, this fires to the upside. So here's 1, here's 2, here's 3. So 3. Last bear market, here's 1, here's 2, and that was it. You had 2, but every single bi-weekly volatility setup you had fired down. So here in the bear market, what has been occurring? Okay, October, how was that, bulls? Well, bi-weekly volatility setup fired off, which took you all the way down to 62s. You then made that rally up to the 80s. Guess what? That gave you another bi-weekly volatility setup. GG bulls, you reset it. And now at Bitcoin at 61, you literally into this new bi-weekly are potentially going to get a volatility setup. And what I just showed you, statistically speaking, this will be firing to the downside. This could be what gets you that next leg down towards 49 to 45,000. So you literally even have a volatility setup supporting it, a volatility setup that every single time macro trend is pointed up or down fires off wherever macro trend is. You have a bi-weekly setup here, breakdown, multiple closures under the 100. This is now giving you a move down to the bi-weekly SMA 200. Look at last setup here, lost the 100, stayed under it. You just started to aggressively move down to the bi-weekly SMA 200, where that was somewhat of a bottom here. So you've never actually hit the bi-weekly SMA 200. More reasons on why the 49-45K should be a bottom. Current market price says Bitcoin still has on this bi-weekly setup at 29%. Weekly SMA 200 will be our mid-range. Even if, let's say today, tomorrow, the next day, you missed the shorts, perfectly okay. Understand weekly SMA 200 will give us a whole short trade in itself. So when this is lost, this will be a whole other setup. What is that setup? We'll lose it and reject it. You will start going down. Now with Bitcoin over $1,000 below it, it's just not a good sign. It's just not a good sign. 5-day EMA 5 rejected, so no changes. 5-day lower highs in. If you're like longing this, really like understand like your 5-day lower highs in, you're most likely going to take the low out on Bitcoin. So if you're longing, hoping this low doesn't get taken out, I would just cut the trade right now. Honestly, there's like, you're just going to be a magnet for price action. So if you're still like, well, no, there's 3% left to go. In my opinion, I would not be longing this, and definitely not having my stop under that 5-day low. You can long it once you take out like the high of June 15th, and get it back above the 5-day 9 very easily. That's a long trigger, but not under it. Oh gosh. CME confirms a massive breakdown move on the 5-day. 5-day estimate 200 becoming loss. Last setup here. Let's measure that. Took us down 14%. That was a failure. 14% though. Here was another one. Goodness. Lost it. Let's measure it. Down 15%. And then upon the rejection, this made new lows and we went down 34%. So no matter how you look at it, this isn't a good setup. Let's look at this was a failure. So went down 1.7. And then here was the loss and the retest. That went down 6.8 and it was a failure. Even the failure setups are still giving you over 5% moves. And now this is what's confirming today. This will have implications for the weekly, in my opinion, closing under the SMA 200. Now we don't need to be looking at the weekly anymore. Just so everyone's aware, we don't need to be looking at the weekly. We can be looking at the 5-day now. And the 5-day, if it loses its SMA 200, will tell me that the weekly is not going to hold it, and we can actually be front running the weekly on the 5-day. And that makes sense now. Like losing a level, rejecting a level means that incoming closures probably are not going to hold that level, and we can just gauge it on a 5-day. Now let's just see how the easy trade here. Daily 9 rejected you 3%. Here was another one, 2%. So you are just getting easy moves. Bulls will look at that and call for a short squeeze. I'm just saying this is a trending bear market. CME has nothing but air at this point. Just fully be aware of that. God, I just really believe we're going to get so many nice setups this week on the market. So many nice setups, honestly. I mean, look at even silver's giving a trade. Solana's giving a breakdown. I mean, look at even China. Even their stock market got hammered. Excuse me. So 62.2 is your spot. Watch it on the daily. That will start opening up a short setup. Bitcoin on higher time frames looks like it's good to go down to 49,000. As long as you stand at 62.2, this is going to be now in short bear territory. We can go now to Tether dominance. I mean, even something as strong as BNB is giving you easy short setups. Like, we shouldn't disregard that. Honestly, this is just easy money. How is Elon SpaceX doing? Oh, made new lows. How beautiful. Now, Tether dominance is moving up to 9%. Why would we stop here? Why wouldn't we go up to 9%? It's circled. We've been waiting for that since the reclaim of 8.56%. So why would we stop here? And I say that just in case you're longing Bitcoin right now. We still got about 1.15% left to go. Daily volatility is firing off. We just got to get back above the moving average. That'll confirm a breakout. And easier terms, get daily closures above 9% will equal a breakout to new highs. So we're very close to a breakout of new highs. Weekly just got the retest. And now it looks like we're good to go up to new highs. Break 61.8%, get back above 9.495%. Look at the expansion up to 11%. Weekly volatility is still firing off, so nothing's changed there. So what can we do actionable today? Well, watch for 9%. If you go back up 9%, that's just going to be ultimate confluence that weekly SMA 200 on Bitcoin's not going to hold. And this is about to make an epic move to the upside. I mean, you're talking about a range of about 5% potentially opening up. The range is too big. It's too big. Well, look at so far, these ranges have been working pretty nicely on tether dominance. I don't think it's too big. Like, yeah, 5% could be opening up upon a reclaim at 9%. Understand now, Bitcoin can afford a bounce at this point. And what I just showed you on the 2-hour shows you that, yeah, you can absolutely bounce. We're doing that. You can absolutely get a retest. We're probably going to do that. This retest ETA will most likely fill our shorts. And you're just looking for this spot to reject, something like that. What was support, right? Support, 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 support should be flipped into resistance. It's pretty basic. I thought Tesla was going up. Damn, look at that 415 rejection. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't give the Amazon short. You know, being frisky. But still, even this, Amazon, something as big as that. Bouncing, yes, but just producing a lower high. So, like, it's really hard to be a bull and have a bull case here. IMO. So watch 9% on tether dominance. That's going to just be your big spot. You want reclaims of 9%. Look at the deviation that occurred here. That's what gave us that 80K Bitcoin. So really, I mean, there should be no questions on if we're bullish or not on tether dominance once it's back above 9%. Specifically, the number is 9.015%. All right, so we know the weekly is now losing the EM at 100. But this is closing in 4 days. So let's see if there's anything else we can see before that. So 5-day. Oh, look at the 5-day breakdown here. It loses 61.8. You're going to move to the 78.6 pretty harshly. It's a big gap down, confirming today. $10 days in a breakdown, targeting down at 57.8%. So like I said, if you start closing daily closures back under June 19's low, it's going to be your first big sign that this is breaking down towards 57.4%. That's really it. Watch weekly EMI 100. Just like Bitcoin, this will give you a whole trade in itself, targeting a lot lower. Let's look at total on Bitcoin or on crypto. Notice here, remember the breakdown weeks ago that we were talking about when it was a question on if we should be bullish or not, and then we broke down? Well, now on total, something to note is you've lost your weekly SMA 200. This is a disastrous perspective on crypto. A level that's been holding since 2023 has now been officially lost. So if you're even debating your boys on if this is a bear market, this is a bear market. A level that's been holding since the start of the bull market has just been officially lost. You really haven't had a lot of data with weekly SMA 200 becoming loss. Here you got the dumperoo, but then it just rallied up to it, reclaimed it. dumperoo, but like notice the chop. The only real thing I can measure is this one. That gave you about 11% or about a 117 billion wipeout. So just not a good sign. You get what I'm saying? Like this is not a good perspective for cryptos. This is looking damning. This is looking like it's cooked. It's fucked. And like even on these setups that were failures from SMA 200, you're talking about moves at 21%. Here was another one, 9%, 7%. 11%. So you're still talking about, honestly, a big move is brewing here. What have we seen so far? 4%. Okay, so like maybe like the lows is around 7% at 2 trillion, near 2.02. I still have though a setup at 1.77, and I do believe 1.77 will be a bottom. I don't think we're just going to hit this one time in 2024, move up to new highs, and that's it. I'd like to see this get retested. Look at that monthly top candle rejection. So into July, you for sure can get follow through down, and you even have a volatility setup supporting it. In 1 month, you wiped out. Geez, in 1 month, you've wiped out almost $500 billion in market cap. From when we were talking about this, I mean, we were really wanting essentially that trillion wiped out. So it's almost there. You're halfway there. Basically, you're halfway there. So what you've seen so far is just the halfway mark to my target, which is about $1 trillion wiped off is what I'd want to see. So here would be about $1 trillion wiped off. Look at price action here. Rejected in 1 month. Came down. So 1.77 to 1.6 trillion is the bottoming zone. So pretty damning stuff across the board. Use your weekly EMI 100 on Bitcoin dominance to gauge weakness. Use your weekly SMA 200 on Bitcoin to gauge weakness. And we just identified today that we can actually use the 5-day instead of the weekly. And if the 5-day starts losing SMA 200 on CME, that's going to be your big indication that we are, in fact, making the next leg down on Bitcoin. And weekly SMA 200 closing in like 4 or 3 days will just be a trap. Now, I want to just see specifically when it's closing because of my brain. In 4 days is a trap. If the 5-day loses SMA 200 on the CME, we know that the weekly will be a trap. And most likely into this weekly, we're just going to produce a massive girthy red dildo. Now, you're watching for the indices to roll over here. You're looking for that to hammer Bitcoin. You're looking for stocks to come down. Strategy's already losing $100. Look at that. On its way to its $80 target. So with all of these things cooking, bullish Dixie, bullish peso, bearish silver, you have to be still watching very carefully for Bitcoin to be very weak and in fact make new lows. Once we've entered new lows, it's different territory. We could form a lower high, but until then, you're just kind of looking at what's occurring on Bitcoin. You're looking at the 5-day and you're just saying, yeah, this looks like we just grinded out some kind of lower high. We got to wait for at least looking at the low here, near it or tested on it. So hopefully that made sense. And yeah, it's looking really bad across the board, honestly. Anything else to talk about? Even Coinbase is entering into a new range, and it's saying that 120 is going to be likely. Look at this range on Coinbase. Respected. So if you start losing this is like a range you entered in 2024. It just plays into the idea that, yeah, maybe crypto is fucked, and we are about to just like really leg down today, this week, which, puts into question the date, June 24th. So That's all I have. Watch the trading alerts. I'll update them right now. And we have a new Bitcoin short rolling out right now based on the daily close. 62.2 is my next short zone.
Alrighty, let's get started with the daily on HPDR. Let me zoom out. Quite the girthy grid dildos here. Right off the rejection of that 38.2%. Basically, you only went a couple bucks above that to the 9. Our current high is 63,165, and the 9 is at 215. So it's only like 50 bucks ahead of there. And you are now moving towards the 61.8%, which is at $60,900. There's also the psychological level of $60,000, but it doesn't look like this is the bounce that you're looking for. It's looking like this is going to go lower, especially off the loss of the 38.2%. That brings you down towards the 78.6, which right now is sitting right around $58,000 at 58,076, 58,077. See if there's anything else you're forming here. You're very close to putting in daily bullish divergence, because once you take out $60,882 on a closing basis, you do have higher low momentum, so then there's going to be possibility of bullish divergence. And this is likely what is going to end up giving you the ultimate bounce off of the local bottom, wherever it is once this bullish divergence does confirm. That's probably what gives you your bounce. And we're looking at the confirmation for a bullish divergence, or the things that you have to have before you can have one, is you need a lower low on price first, along with the higher low momentum. So we haven't gotten that lower low just yet, but that does mean that you got to get lower prices to get that lower low. And that brings us down towards that range that we've been looking at of around 58,000 to 52,000, somewhere in this zone. Your minimum target is going to be the 78.6, which is at that 58,000 level. That would be a current sweep of these lows at $59,000. Let's see what else. Jules now about to enter back into the bearish control zone. 12 hour, you also, I think 12 hours also putting in possibility of bullish divergence, but you are likely going to go lower first, and you're probably going to tap somewhere between the 78.6 and the 88.3, and it puts you around 59 to 57,000. I am looking closer towards this 88.3. 88.3 is close to where you bottomed at last time, but you actually went down towards the 95, and that's currently sitting around $54,500. Let's go to the 8 hours, putting in a massive bearish engulfing dildo. You're engulfing the last 1, 2, 3 candles, and it's also coming along with the rejection of 38.2%. This brings you down towards the 78.6, but you are very close to right now. That is about $60,600. And previously you did go towards the 95%, and the 95% right now puts you to around $56,000. The 4 hour is currently flipped down freshly as well. You are putting in some hidden bearish divergence on the 4 hour, with momentum still putting in possibility for bullish divergence, although this is likely not going to confirm for a while. The jewels now, it was on a neutral signal, but it is starting to get downwards curvature again, looking like this is going to flip into a sell signal on this next open. This is also coming along with a loss of the 38.2%, which is at 61,870 bucks. Next level from here is going to be right around 60,000 flat for a little bit of a bounce, psychological number, and then you're going to go into the 50s. Today also losing the 38.2%, which is at around $61,400. Momentum on the 2 day is also close to putting in bullish divergence. This is likely what's going to end up making your local bottom. And the 2 day jewel is on a neutral, and this is about to flip into a sell as a rejection of the bearish control zone. And this 38.2% is at 61,400. Close below that area, you're likely going to come down towards 78.6, which is currently around 54,500. And you got hidden bearish divergence on the 2 day, which is currently active. 5 day also about to sweep the current low. You're losing the 78.6 now. That is at $61,000, 61,065. If you do lose that, you're likely going to find your way somewhere between 55,000 and 48,000. 5 days still has bullish divergence, although this is going to invalidate with any close below 61,700. Weekly is also now losing the 200, also very close to losing the 78.6, which is at 60,969. Nice number. Once you lose that area, you're going to find yourself close somewhere around the 88.3%, which is where you bottomed out last time around. The 88.3% right now sits around $55,000. Zoom in here. Still a possibility of weekly bullish divergence, although this is likely not going to confirm for a while, if it does confirm at all. Usually the weekly bullish divergence is what marks the macro local bottoms. 2 week also losing 38.2%. You are getting that silver cross to the downside now freshly, with momentum trying to tick back up at the edge of the bearish control zone, but it is still flipped down. And once you lose this 38.2%, you are likely to get a move to the 78.6, which is going to update, but right now it's sitting around $46,000, and your 2 week 200 SMA is around $43,000. 2 week is also getting a loss of that buy signal, which is going to come up as a rejection of the bearish control zone. Monthly is still flipped up, very close to flipping back down here. Volatility is currently contracting, and you're getting the sell signal still playing out with the pink dropping below the yellow. This is only the second time in history this has happened, and it's happening much higher than it happened during when Luna went to zero, making it theoretically more powerful. Plus, you're completely skipping the neutral phase and going directly into sell. And the only time that's happened before was in the 2018 bear market. This goes along with a loss of the 55 and also a loss of the 61.8, brings you down towards the 78.6, which is slowly going to meet with our 100 EMA as it rises with every single close. Right now it's at 48,000. Eventually it's going to be lining up with that $58,000 zone, maybe somewhere around 51, 52,000, which will be your 78.6 on the monthly. And the 100 EMA is where you bottomed out on FTX, and it's basically where you bottomed out on COVID. You just kind of slightly front ran it. And you also kind of have a bastardized cock and balls pattern here with little head and shoulders. And monthly is also forming bearish divergence and local top, and this will confirm with any close below $72,402, which then will target your 100 EMA. And quarterly is also losing the 61.8%. Quarterly is right now resting on the 21, but with the loss of the 61.8%, you are likely statistically going to come down to the 78.6, which will update, but right now it's sitting at around $45,000, somewhere in that region. Nothing here. And possibly if once you're around that region, you might take out this low momentum, which will then put in hidden bullish divergence. If you do get that, then that'll be basically like all of the planets aligning for, once this confirms, your next bull market. Okay. Let's go to Tether. All right, sorry, the daily on Tether. And Tether is in breakout mode with the closures over the 38.2%. Momentum flipped up, very close to entering into the bullish control zone. And your target from closing over the 38.2 would be new all-time highs, which is around 9.62%. And at that point, you're so close to the 10s, you're likely going to hit the 10%, which we'll get to on the monthly. Anything else for me here? Nothing yet. You are making a lower high momentum, but you have not made a higher high yet, so there's no possibility of bearish divergence. 12-hour is also currently flipped up. 12-hour is currently putting in possibility of bearish divergence, but this is soon not going to be possible. And you are making your way towards the 78.6, which is currently around 9%, right around your current all-time highs, which is your target of closing over the 38.2. And then at that point, you are likely going to make a new high on momentum, and it'll no longer be possible to have bearish divergence. 8-hour currently also flipped up, entering into the bullish control zone. You are now tapping the 78.6, which is your target from closing over the 38.2. And that level is at 8.92%. If you do close over this area, this is what likely sends you into new all-time highs. 4 hour now starting to flip back up, getting back over the moving average, getting back into the bullish control zone. You're putting hidden bullish divergence on the 4 hour, which will confirm with any close over 8.805%. And you are now getting over the 38.2%, putting in a massive girthy green dildo on the 4 hour. This closer for the 38.2, maybe you'll get a retest somewhere around 8.85, and then from there you are likely going to go into new all-time highs somewhere around 9.04 to a range between 9.04 and 9.27. 2-day also getting that bounce off the median, and your next target from there is going to be right around your current all-time highs at the 38.2%, 9.12%. You also got hidden bullish divergence on the 2-day, which currently targets your all-time highs. 5-day also moving or getting a bounce off of that 38.2% after closures above. That is going to target your 78.6, which right now is around 11%. Very awesome new all-time high. You are putting in some possibility of bearish divergence here on the 5-day, but you do have to close below 8.149% to confirm it, which is a little unlikely, especially since you are bouncing off of this moving average currently. Weekly also basically same thing, the same look as the 5-day with the holding the 38.2%. You have a target from there to somewhere around 11%. 2-day also very close to hitting the median. This is going to be resistance until you've broken it, and that level is at around 9.14%. But once you get any type of closure over this area, also marking this as a local bottom with a close over 9.016, that takes you towards 11%. And momentum is currently flipped up. You have possibility of bearish divergence, but you have to close below 8.149% to confirm it. Same number as before. And also the 2-week jewel is about to flip into a buy signal. Monthly also getting massively above the median. Median's at 7.92%. Momentum is currently flipped down, but this is very close to flipping back up. And volatility is about to go into extremes. This is likely just going to continue downwards momentum until volatility hits 15%, and then you get your setup. And this is going to confirm local bottom here with any close over 7.864%, which is also going to close you over the median, and then you're likely going to get that move into somewhere around 10.5%. And your 50%, which is also very likely target, is in that 11% area, especially since we have multiple other setups giving us a target of 11%. Quarterly also breaking into the 38.2%, which then gives you a move into wherever the median is at that time. Right now, it's at 12.29%. Now let's go into our sign. Start with Tether. Tether's got fresh hidden bullish divergence on the daily. This will be active as long as you're closing over 8.527%, and you are about to hit your easy target, which is the simple moving average at about 9%. And then from there, the next target is the bullish control zone, especially since you got volatility now starting to expand from extreme lows, and the bullish control zone sits at a new all-time high of 9.46%. The critical zone sits about 11.5%. 12 hours about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over 8.805%, and this gives you a move into somewhere around 9.7%. Nice all-time high. And this also comes along with volatility expanding now. 8 hour also has bullish divergence. This is going to target 9.5%, plus volatility is expanding from extreme lows. 4 hours also to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over 8.805%, and your target is somewhere around 9% after on confirmation, basically your all-time highs. Today has a local bottom. This is going to target 9.3% from there, which is your current all-time highs. 3-day also has a local bottom, targets 9.4, right around your current all-time highs. 5 days putting in a fresh drive bullish divergence. This is going to confirm with any close over 8.859%, and then this is going to give you a move into somewhere around 10.3%. Your monthly 38.2% is at 10.5%. 6 days also putting in hidden bullish divergence. the confirmation is going to be currently 8.758%, and that gives you a move into, oh, what do you know, 12.3%. 12% is currently where your quarterly median is at. Weekly also has a hidden bullish divergence, going to give you a target towards 12.2%. That's what the quarterly median is. 2 week has a local bottom, going to target 10.2%, and then the next level is going to be the critical zone at 12.7. Volatility is now entering into the extreme low area. The idea was momentum would head downwards while volatility hit extreme lows, and you got that. You got to move into the 5 EMA, and from there you are getting expansion. Monthly is very close to entering into the critical zone. That's at 9.17%. Let me zoom in, see when the last time his monthly was in the critical zone. This was a rejection of the critical zone. This is the last time monthly momentum entered into the critical zone. Let's mark it off here and here and see what happened with price. Oh, massive busting action. Doesn't look like that much on the chart, but once we get the measurement out, it's around 302% off of this tiny ass little move here. Here's the next one. 246%. 556%. We're going to stop it here because you need to get a little bit of a pullback. So I don't think it's fair to take this full 2000%, but still 556%, not too bad. Alrighty. In one monthly candle, this is 21.5%. I think on a quarterly. All right, now let's go to Bitcoin. Bitcoin has hidden bearish divergence on the daily. You are about to hit the simple moving average, which is at $60,600. And the next level is the bearish control zone, which is going to be basically your easy target since volatility is now expanding from extreme lows. And the bearish control zone sits at around $57,100. 12 hours also putting in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 62,256, and this gives you a move into $54,100 with volatility now expanding from extreme lows. The 8 hour also has bearish divergence. It's going to give you a target of about 56,000, 55,800. 4 hour has a local top. It gives you a target of $60,000. 2 hour also has hidden bearish divergence, going to give you a target of 59,400. 2 day has a local top, going to give you a target of 52,200. 3 day also has a local top, but you've already entered into the critical zone. 5 day putting in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence, whereas Tether is putting in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close below $61,708, and this is going to give you a move into the critical zone wherever it is at that time. Right, this is going to update several times because right now it's sitting at $36,800, and I don't think it's going to go that low. And this will likely bring you towards somewhere around this meme line, which is at about $49,000. 6 day has confirmed the hidden bearish divergence. This is going to give you a target towards $58,000, which is the bearish control zone. Weekly also has 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence, going to give you a target towards 56,100. 2 week also has hidden bearish divergence, going to give you a target of the simple moving average, which is currently at 47,250, but this level will update. Monthly also putting in a fresh draft bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 74,700. We confirm 72,400, my bad. And this is going to give you a target of the 100 EMA, which is going to continue to rise with every single close. On this next close, which confirms your bearish divergence, it'll likely line up somewhere around $49,000 to $50,000 with volatility expanding on the monthly. But we'll get to that in the momentum chart. Quarterly also has 3 drives of bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 114, and your next level is 63.2. Actually, you already hit that, so your next level is going to be the neutral zone, which is going to update several times. Currently, it's sitting at 16,500, but don't think it's going to hit that level. If it goes to 16,500, might as well just go to 0. 6 month also putting in 3 drives of bearish divergence. This will confirm. What is the confirmation? Any close below $74,400. That all kind of lines up with your 72,400 confirmation, and that gives you a move into the 21, wherever it is at that time. Right now, it's sitting around 42, 43,000, but it eventually will line up with this medium line around 49,000. All right, let's look at momentum. Tether. There we go. Daily on Tether is flipping back up, putting in hidden bullish divergence, plus getting volatility expansion from 15% now. And this is going to confirm on today's daily close. So very close, basically, to get volatility expansion. You're like a ball sack hair away. And this is going to stay flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.5%. 12 hours also flipped up, maintaining the bullish control zone with volatility now expanding. And it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.73%. 4 hours also now freshly flipping back up with volatility still expanding, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.87%. 2-day also freshly flipping back up at the edge of the bullish control zone, and it is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.48%. 5 days also flipped up with volatility still expanding, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.01%. It looks like a United States pattern right here, somewhat. Weekly also is flipped up, rejecting the bearish control zone with volatility expanding from 0%, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 7.66%. 2-week is also flipped up at the edge of the bullish control zone, basically back to extreme lows on volatility, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 8%. And monthly is currently flipped freshly back up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 8.74%, with monthly now entering into the critical zone. This is the first time in history monthly is entering into the critical zone on Tether dominance. Every single time before has been a rejection of the critical zone. And quarterly is flipped up with volatility expanding from the lowest point ever, and it's going to be flipped up with hidden bullish divergence as long as you're closing over 5.78%. Let's go to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is currently flipped down, rejecting the bullish control zone on the daily with volatility now expanding. This will confirm on today's daily close in about 9 hours, and this is going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $64,000. 12 hours also flipped down, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone with volatility now expanding from below 15%, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $62,800. And you're only at 30% so far on volatility. 8 hours also flipped down, rejecting the edge of the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $63,750. 4 hours currently freshly flipped down, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 61,500. Let's zoom in here. There is possibility of bullish divergence here, but you do need momentum to flip back up to confirm it. And it kind of doesn't look like you're getting momentum kind of flip up with a dildo like this. Two-day currently also flipped down, maintaining the within the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 64,300. 5 days also flipped very strongly to the downside with volatility expanding, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $72,400. And that number comes up once again. Weekly is also flipped down, rejecting the bullish control zone with volatility expanding, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 76,200. 2 week is also flipped down, rejecting, maintaining the bearish control zone with volatility still contracting, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 69,750. Nice number. Alrighty, go to the monthly. Monthly is currently also flipped down with volatility expanding, confirming that monthly volatility setup, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $70,600. And the monthly volatility setup does have a 100% hit rate of playing out in terms of direction of momentum, which is currently going to be down as long as you're closing below $70,600. This would give you a 40 to 50% move in terms of expansion, and that brings you on a minimum end to somewhere around $44,000, so maybe 45, and on the higher end brings you into the high 30s, somewhere around $37,000 to $36,000. I'm leaning more towards that $40,000 to $50,000 number based off of the monthly 100 EMA. And the quarterly is flipped down, rejecting the critical zone, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 101,000 basically, with volatility at the lowest point ever. So now on Bitcoin, we are watching the low time frames. You are getting a breakdown with a breakout on Tether on the low time frames, putting in hidden bullish divergence basically across the board on Tether. From here, Tether has a clear shot towards at the very least your all-time highs, but you're likely going to go past that somewhere around that 38.2%, which is around 10.3 to 10.5%. And then you do eventually have targets of the quarterly median, assuming you close over the 38.2%, which does look like you will in the next 6 days. That puts you towards somewhere around 12%, unless the median moves, which probably will, but not that much. And you also have several other bullish divergence targets taking you into somewhere around 11 to 12%. And you are getting a slight bounce around that $60,000 psychological number. This should be expected, although this bounce is likely going to fail, and it's just going to take you towards somewhere around 58,000 to 54,000. You have multiple HPR setups and bearish divergences targeting that area. We will have to watch the reaction of that setup, although I do think you're eventually going to tap that 100, which is going to be at around 49 to 50,000 on this next monthly open. And whenever you tap that 100, whatever time period it is, that's where I'm going to be looking to have your next macro low, which is basically where you bottomed out on FTX, but not exactly there, but close enough. And also with COVID, where it wasn't exactly at the 100 EMA, but it was close enough. And you're also getting on the very low time frames, no type of bounce in this region, not the type of bounce that you would look for even a mean reversion, let alone a reversal. And if you do open the next month on a little bit of a bounce, that maybe takes you into like $63,000, $62,000, but you are more than likely eventually going to be coming down to this 100 EMA around that $49,000 to $50,000 area. And the invalidation will be, let's see, basically getting a weekly close back over, come on, $67,300. If that happens, then we pay happy days, probably go back to 100,000. But as of this moment, it doesn't look like that's going to happen. It's going to looks like you're going to keep going lower.
Thank you, boys. All right, next is, one second. Fucked up, I didn't make the post on ETA today, so that was fucking phenomenal. Which is Unity software for investment, and then Solana for investing.
Alrighty, I'll do whichever.
Thank you. Perfecto. Interesante, ¿no? Lo del bajón del 24 de junio. Les voy a decir rápido lo que Farhan y Alex están viendo acá en las tablas, que tiene todo el sentido del mundo analizándolo técnicamente. Es básicamente esto. En el último setup que tuviste, que se parece al de Momentum de ahorita, llegaste al promedio del 100, está en $47,000. Entonces, no había datos antes de esto, pero acá no lo hubieras tocado, pero en el 2022 sí lo tocaste, lo pasaste por un poco y te fuiste hasta acá. Ellos están buscando entre los 45 más o menos, para que sea el fondo por acá. Y en los Bitcoin, básicamente. Es lo que estás viendo. ¿Por qué? Porque estás perdiendo niveles importantes. Pueden ver lo importante que es este nivelillo de acá de los 62,900, que literalmente fue lo que nos hizo una vez que nos recargamos en él ir a altos históricos. Nos aguantó como soporte y ahora lo estás perdiendo. De cerrar por debajo de este nivel, deberías de venir al promedio del 100, de acuerdo, pues básicamente técnico, ¿no? Porque sería tu primer cierre también por debajo del promedio del 55 y eso te debería llevar al siguiente promedio, que es el del 100, que ahorita está en los 47. En 6 días cerrando esto, ¿faltan 6 días? Sí, 6 días y 9 horas. Cuando cierre esto, vas este promedio va a cambiar de lugar. Entonces, pon atención ahí a dónde está. Por ahora mínimo la profecía del 24 de junio se nos está dando. Yo pondría atención aquí para toda la gente que está intentando agarrar un long sorpresivo. Si Bitcoin va a ser un nuevo mínimo, que tiene toda la cara de que lo va a hacer, por muchas diferentes razones. Si Bitcoin va a ser un nuevo mínimo y llevarse estos 59,000 para abajo, tienes que poner atención a algo. No te va a tirar instantáneamente ahorita. ¿Por qué? Porque lo que más le interesaría a Bitcoin en este momento es que todo el mundo crea que hay un fondo por aquí. Porque eso sube a toda la gente en long, 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 long. Y en lo que todo el mundo se sube en un long, simplemente hace y se los lleva a todos de corbata. Entonces, cada que vas cayendo como estás cayendo ahorita, no te vayas a intentar ser el héroe y usar este mínimo para agarrarlo. Mejor, si lo fuera a hacer de verdad, espérate a que salgas por encima de los 62,700 y ahí lo tomarías. Pero aquí es suicidio, porque esto te va a llevar abajo de esto y la va a hacer de pedo para llegar ahí, como lo está haciendo ahorita. Entonces, además de eso, en la diaria tienes un setup de volatilidad por encima del promedio en este momento en lo que estás cayendo, estás por debajo de los 62, que era el punto a no perder, ¿no? Una vez que cierras por debajo de esto, tienes tus mínimos hechos, tienes más para abajo. ¿Qué fue lo que vimos acá? Habías aguantado, caíste y fue lo que platicamos acá. Simplemente un retesteo bajista para después dar continuación al movimiento. Y viendo los ciclos pasados, esto te debería llevar entre hoy y mañana, tiene que ser alrededor de estas fechas, porque lleva siguiendo el ciclo del 2018 muy cerca. Yo me imaginaría que sería dentro de hoy, mañana, pasado, tal vez. Pero vamos a darle aquí a la semana, ¿no? A que acabe la semana, para que esto se lleve el mínimo y vaya al siguiente nivel, sea donde sea. Y acá, ¿cómo vamos a medirlo? Lo que me encantaría ver para mí, en sentirme cómodo que encontramos un fondo, es que haya misiles explotando en el cielo. Y se ríen porque dicen, güey, ¿cómo? Si es Bitcoin, ¿qué tienen que ver los misiles y la guerra con Bitcoin? Nada, pero tampoco la guerra tiene nada que ver con esto, pero lo usan todo el tiempo. Aquí habían misiles volando de Irán a Kuwait, ¿ok? Entonces, si me vas a vender esas pendejadas, tío, véndemelas acá también, ¿no? Para decir, ok, fondo local. Hasta ahorita no tenemos un fondo local todavía puesto acá, así que una vez más, no se hagan los valientes. Estás a punto de llevarte esto a la bajada, no te interesa meterte ahí, todavía no te llevas este mínimo y mínimo, como lo estás diciendo, como lo estoy diciendo, como un trade fuera de invertir, no tiene sentido alguno. Está literalmente haciendo la gatada que hace todo el tiempo, invitando a todo el mundo a pensar que hay fondos. No me sorprendería que ahorita se dé la vuelta agresivamente y vuelva a regresar a 62 para después mandarte más a la verga. O sea, no estoy diciendo que eso va a pasar, pero no me sorprendería para que todo el mundo piense, güey, ya fue el fondo. No lo es. Recuerden que nunca fondeas cuando no hay malas noticias. No hay malas noticias. No hay nada. Lo único que hay son screenshots de strategy en 98, como si la gente estuviera descubriendo algo nuevo, ¿no? Otra cosa a ver es la debilidad de Solana o la debilidad de Ethereum, y pueden ver que no hay tanta debilidad, sobre todo en Solana, comparado con Bitcoin ahorita. Sí, y acá es donde voy a poner muchísima atención, porque esto nos va a decir si va a haber una siguiente pata para abajo o no después de esta pata para abajo. ¿Ok? Y esa pata para abajo normalmente, si estamos siguiendo el ciclo del 2018, para que lo sepan, sería por ahí de fin de año. Entonces, ¿cómo sabríamos eso? Si ahorita Bitcoin se lleva el mínimo pero también Ethereum y baja más, eso quiere decir que todavía no tenemos un fondo en Bitcoin, que esto todavía continuaría bajando más, ¿ok? Esa sería la idea. No lo tienen que hacer inmediatamente. El fondo local, para que lo entiendan, local, estamos hablando local, ¿no? Porque alguien está muy confundido ya en X, donde dije el fondo local aquí. Dicen, no creo que este sea el fondo, Alejandro. Yo estaba estudiando el ciclo de Bitcoin, compré toda la bajada desde los 111, 109, 102, 104 hasta aquí, pero ahora ya que estamos aquí abajo, soy un experto en ciclo de 4 años y esto va a acabar a fin de año. Sí, por eso se llama local. Local. Local, puta madre. Ah, pongan atención a ello. Este movimiento, este fondo local nos lo va a dar. Y no solamente estoy usando esta línea como ejemplo, ¿no? No sé dónde vaya a caer. Puede que caiga de aquí ya a los 42, a los 40, a los 35, a los 20,000 de Andrew Tate, o puede que simplemente haga este tipo de gatadas, ¿no? El de antes de la subida que fueron, si lo pongo en la semanal, esta es mi vista favorita del movimiento, que es 1, 2, 3 movimientos para abajo. Este sería 1, este fue el segundo y ahora iríamos por un tercero. Eso me gustaría ver y de ahí ver si Ethereum hizo fondo, si Solana hizo fondo. Si esas hicieron fondo, me sentiría mucho más cómodo diciendo ya no vamos a ver más precio para abajo en Bitcoin. Pero si Solana y Ethereum hacen más fondo, diría todavía tenemos más acción para abajo. Así que estén listos de acuerdo a ello. Es lo que estamos viendo. Los voy a llevar rápido a ver un poco la... No en puta madre, Alejandro. Los voy a llevar rápido por acá a ver nuestro ciclo de total. Y para mí, una vez más, una vez que te vuelvas a trepar por encima de esta línea que ahorita está en 73, va a seguir subiendo 74, 75. Una vez que estemos por encima de esto, podemos decir que podemos adelantarnos en vez de esperar a la confirmación por encima de los 82 que está aquí. La otra cosa que yo diría es, si este mes por alguna razón no creo que sea posible, o sea, estaría demasiado loco, porque todavía quedan para cerrar el mes 6 días y 9 horas, pero si por alguna razón cierras arriba de 68 de este fondo, de este tope, perdón, si cierras por encima de 68 el mes, yo ahí me empezaría a preguntar qué está pasando, porque eso te podría llevar para arriba. Entonces, ese sería la idea para invalidar que vaya a haber más para abajo para que lo sepan. ¿Ok? No estoy diciendo qué es lo que va a pasar. Estoy diciendo, si ves eso, pues mejor, tal vez sería prudente empezar a analizar, cambiar nuestra posición a una más alcista de lo que estamos ahorita, porque ahorita seguimos siendo bajistas, ciclo de 4 años, continúa la historia tal cual contada. Y voy a empezar con la trimestral. Otra cosa que también me dice, no has visto nada en Bitcoin, todavía que te diga que ya viste el fondo, siempre les digo, ¿cuándo ya vimos el fondo? Cuando esta chingadera ya se dio la vuelta. Una vez más, no es imposible saber cuál va a ser el nivel bajo hasta que no haga esto. Y para esto, este es un indicador retrasado, no retrasado mental como yo, retrasado de tiempo. ¿Por qué? Porque volatilidad una vez que contrae y confirma contracción es cuando ya viste el tope, ¿no? Cuando te das la vuelta ya viste el fondo, pero cuando se da la vuelta, literalmente volteas para atrás y dices, ok, entonces ya fue el fondo. Entonces no vas a cachar esto tal cual con este movimiento, ¿eh? Para que lo sepan los que lo están siguiendo. Así como fue bueno para el tope fue más agresivo en realidad en el cambio, entonces simplemente eso, tenerlo en mente. Por ahora estamos en postura bajista, tienes esta vela topera, instantáneamente tienes una vela envolvente bajista e instantáneamente tienes un cierre en confirmación y continúas simplemente para abajo, cerraste bajo el promedio del 9 esta vela, este sería el segundo. En el último mercado bajista tuviste 1, 2, 3 y en la tercera vela fue tu fondo del fondo. En el mercado bajista del 2018 tuviste 2 velas por debajo del promedio del 9 y creo que la primera fue tu fondo, no mames. Sí, la primera fue el fondo en el 9. Y acá lo que tienes es tu promedio del 34, que una vez, atento a esto, perder en la trimestral, que faltan 6 días y 9 horas, los 59 te daría una probabilidad de venir al promedio del 34, que está en 47. Ahora, atento, esto va a subir, ¿ok? Entonces, para que no te fijes en, son 47 a huevo. O si lo llegas a romper más, aquí estás en 32, que también va subiendo, ¿no? Bien, pero por ahora, estando debajo del promedio del 9, estando en una tendencia bajista, estando haciendo bajos más bajos, literalmente no hay nada aquí que decir de, todavía ya empezó el superciclo, ¿no? La paciencia es lo que nos va a llevar. Primero tienes las caídas y después la segunda parte de la eliminación a sacar a todo el mundo, que es el aburrimiento, cabrón, ¿no? El gran aburrimiento, el destruirte el alma, el pensar. Si ya de acá pensabas que era el tope, que era el fondo, 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 y ahora que ya estás cerca 2, 3 del fondo, la idea es quitarte toda esperanza de que va a subir otra vez, ¿no? No llegas al fondo y de repente, ¡pum! Y vámonos, güey, en chinga. Eso no pasa. Lo que a Bitcoin le encanta hacer es, llegas al fondo, digamos, ¿no? Llegas al fondo, acá, te quedas por acá, te da la esperanza, todo el mundo dice, ya nos vamos para arriba y vuelve a hacer esto. No, es que ya nos vamos para arriba y vuelve a hacer esto. Ya nos vamos para arriba y vuelve a hacer esto. Esto va a ser la mejor oportunidad para tradear en rangos por un rato y quedarte en esos rangos y apostar fuerte en esos rangos. Esa es la idea de a donde nos dirigimos en este momento, ¿ok? Cambiar de rápidas posiciones de arriba para abajo, continuar con la tendencia a descubrir el rango donde estamos tradeando, sea este a este a este, y simplemente utilizarlo. De arriba apuestas para abajo, de abajo apuestas para arriba, en medio para abajo, abajo para arriba, etcétera. Que es lo que ahorita mata a la mayor cantidad de gente, ese tipo de aburrimiento en Bitcoin. Pero una vez más, si han estado aquí, están aprendiendo todas estas chingaderas, tíos, pónganlo a usarlo, ¿no? Que es justamente eso, es la oportunidad de hacer dinero en lo que todo el mundo dice que es un mercado aburrido. Aburrido es bueno porque es más predecible. Mensual, tienes promedio del 9, mucha debilidad, tienes el promedio del 5 por acá, el promedio del 21 por encima del 9, el 34 por debajo del 5. La última vez nos llevamos el 34, el 5 por debajo del 55. En el ciclo pasado, el del 2018, no se lo llegó a llevar, solamente bajó por debajo del 34. Esas son cosas que también me estoy fijando últimamente. Ya estás debajo del 34 en este, simplemente se le acercaría más por ahí. El promedio del 100 lo tienes en los 48. En el último ciclo, tal cual como se los había mencionado, en el 2022 fondeaste en el promedio del 100. El promedio del 100 mensual está en los 48 y después de 6 días, etcétera, va a subir para que lo tengan en mente. Y acá abajo está la esperanza de Andrew Tate por completo, el S&P 200 mensual que acaba de empezar a popular en esos $20,000. Vamos a ver si se da. Bitcoin retomando los $61,000 en este momento. Una vez más, ¿qué está haciendo? Invitando a todo el mundo a creer que va a ser un long. ¿Ok? Eso es la mensual. También tienes un setup de volatilidad, recuerda, y de los potentes. Justamente aquí, donde por primera vez fuiste al punto más bajo de la tabla y has estado expandiendo todo este tiempo oficialmente desde acá. Esta sería tu confirmación de esa expansión a la baja. Momentum está apuntando para abajo y normalmente esto sigue a Momentum de su lado. ¿Dónde estaría el siguiente nivel en la mensual? $52,150 y tendríamos que ver cómo abrimos o cerramos. Pero de cerrar así por debajo de los $66,000, tu siguiente objetivo debería ser los $53,000 por acá. ¿Ok? Que probablemente es muy cerca de donde el promedio del 100 vaya a subir para el próximo mes, o vamos a ver si se mantiene por acá. Vamos a ver. 2 semanas, tienes volatilidad contrayendo después de haber dado el fake out de una expansión, tienes un cruce plateado a la baja ya dándose, donde cualquier retesteo de los $70,000 debería ser aprovechado, pero más importante, tienes el promedio del 100 acá. Si llegas a los 68, una vez más, el nivel importante que acabamos de mencionar, los 68, si no los puedes romper, eso debería ser tu siguiente zona de rechazo. ¿Ok? Y depende también cuándo cierres eso. Una vez más, si lo haces buscando fin de mes, si cierras por encima de 68 fin de mes, se cambia la cosa porque ya esto fue un SFP aquí abajo. Pero la probabilidad es que continúes para abajo. De cerrar por debajo de los 62,200, deberías de venir al 50% que esté en 58 y de ahí al 61,8% en $52,000. Voy a quitar esto para que lo vean. También cruce plateado justamente acá a la baja, ¿no? En la de 2 semanas tienes este fondo local acá. La última vez que tuvimos ese cruce plateado acá, ¿cuánto faltaba, no? Fue justamente acá. Habías visto esto y faltaba, porque habías tenido este fondillo, otro 11% para abajo mínimo, ¿no? Que es el del 2022, con ese cruce plateado a la baja en la de 2 semanas. Y en el ciclo del 2018, cuando tuviste tu cruce plateado, acá ya habías tenido el fondo acá atrás. Por ahora tiene más cara de que esto se parece más esta parte se parece más a la del 2022, donde podría ser relativamente cerca ese fondo en la de 2 semanas. O puede que ya lo hayamos visto, ¿no? Pero, de nuevo, no. Aquí lo que más daño le haría a todo el mundo es una bajadita acá a los 57 e irse para arriba y de lado. Porque nadie colocaría. Nadie, absolutamente nadie. Pero para confirmar eso, una vez más, necesito ver noticias malas. Y no hay ahorita, por lo que definitivamente no estamos tocando fondo, porque normalmente te calientan la cabeza, ¿no? A que pienses que ya todo se va a destruir y ahorita no lo están haciendo. Entonces tiene que haber movimiento más para abajo. Por eso les digo, no se metan de valientes con sus longs ahorita. Semanal, ya habías tenido tu cruce plateado. Cualquier reintento a los 68,000 debería ser un rechazo. Estás perdiendo tu SMA 200. Esto va a ser clave, ¿eh? Perder tu SMA 200 semanal aquí, esto va a ser clave. Está en los 62,400. Todavía te quedan 4 días y 9 horas. Puedes ver más para abajo y esta chingadera cerrar por encima de los 62. Eso nos diría que probablemente viste el fondo en este movimiento a la baja. Si cierras tal, ponte tú, que no se mueva, que se quede aquí donde está el pinche precio este, ¿no? Y cierras acá, nos va a dejar a todos en duda. Otra semana. ¿Por qué? Porque estás cerrando lo suficientemente cerca para que un pedo te lleve para arriba y ahí te vuelvas a hacer eso y tengas un SFP. O simplemente estarías empezando a cerrar por debajo del SMA 200. Aquí, 1, 2, 3, confirmación y luego tendrías Entonces te dejaría en indecisión si hace eso, para que lo sepas. Por ahora simplemente continuamos con las ondas a la baja, ¿no? 1, 2, 3. Y esperarías que esta fue la cuarta y vas a ver otro movimiento a la baja. La que estoy viendo es la de 5 días. 5 días, tu SMA 200 está hasta acá arriba en los $77,000. Tienes cruce plateado a la baja, por supuesto, desde acá atrás. Continúas a la baja, pero voy a poner el HPDR. Estás justamente entrando donde puede romper una vez más al 88,3% en 55. El 95% está en 48. En el 2022 es justamente acá. Este fue el fondo, ¿ok? Aquí. ¿Dónde fondeaste? En la de 5 días. Porque la de 5 días es la que nos ha dado la pauta. En zona azul 50, 60. En realidad el 61, entre el 61 y el 78. Ya estás abajo de eso. Entonces, el 88.3% sería un poco más exagerado. En 55. Y en el 2018, el movimiento, a ver, el movimiento de junio en el 2022, que fue, por cierto, el 15 de junio, cabrones. O sea, más parecido no puede ser, ¿no? Te llevó un 95%. Vamos a ver el movimiento a la baja que nos dio el último. Básicamente, puede que este 88.3% sea la oportunidad cabrona de compra. Esto, o sea, ustedes saben que yo tengo mi bias, está entre 53 y 55. Y no, en realidad 57 y 53. Aquí a acá. Pero mis sentimientos, mi bias, todo eso no va a darme mi confirmación. Lo que me va a dar la confirmación es que me prometan que va a caer más. Cuando me prometan que va a caer más, es cuando digo, ok, voy a salir a comprar. Ahí es cuando ya no va a caer más. ¿No? Entonces, interesante ese gráfico. Déjame ver el de 3 días. 3 días, la parte baja de la zona azul está en 58, el 61% está en 54. Interesante. El 50% en 56. 2 días. Yo diría, tienes chance, está el 78.6%. Habías tocado ya justamente acá el 97%. Déjenme ver cómo se ve esto comparado con el 2022. En noviembre, que fue el fondo del fondo, caíste al 88.3%. Pero en el primero te fuiste al 95%. Y una vez más, acá te fuiste al 95% en la primera caída. En la segunda al 88%. Interesante. Pues vamos a ver si sea así. Diaria, tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante la caída, lo que te puede llevar tranquilo al 88 hasta el 95%, 95% está en 51, 88 está en 55. La última vez que fondeaste acá, ya en febrero, ¿no? Que fue el fondo del fondo, según todo el mundo, eso te llevó al 97%, por lo que esto tiene más chance de no llegar a esta zona, en mi opinión, que está en 47. Pero, digo, acuérdate que esto es una tabla diaria, esto puede continuar bajando, ajustando los niveles, etcétera. Entonces, es día a día cómo lo vas a tener que llevar para poder analizar esto. Con eso dicho, déjenme ver rápido mi RSI. Si haces ahorita un nuevo fondo acá con el precio y el RSI se mantiene así, tienes posibilidad de divergencia alcista. En la semanal básicamente también. ¿Por qué? Se los voy a enseñar acá. En la semanal tienes este fondo acá, lo puedes ver acá en el precio, ¿no? Acá abajo. El fondo más bajo hizo un fondo más alto en el RSI, siempre y cuando ahorita esto baje, te lleves esto y subas y no te lleves esto, tienes posibilidad de divergencia alcista en el RSI y eso normalmente marca los fondos de Bitcoin. Pero todavía, o sea, estás lejos de confirmar cualquiera de estas cosas. Simplemente son posibilidades, ¿ok? Para explicarlo. Porque escuchan a Farhan decir hay posibilidad de divergencia alcista y todo el mundo se emociona. Nel, güey, posibilidad, ¿ok? No que te la va a dar. Ahí sí va Bitcoin empujando para abajo con más fuerza. Déjame ver cómo va mi Coinbase. Coinbase está aguantando muy bien, ¿eh? Esto me saca de pedo ¿Por qué no estamos como con strategy abajo? ¿Por qué Coinbase está aguantando acá? Y les digo, Coinbase se relaciona más como con mis altcoins. Y acá es donde volteo y veo a Ethereum, que pues, está aguantando rico aquí arriba. Solamis está aguantando rico ahí arriba. Pero Bitcoin sí tiene cara de querer desplomarse. Hasta que no nos llevemos este mínimo y voltemos a ver Solana y Ethereum, no vamos a saber. Y necesito guerra, necesito misiles, necesito niños muertos en las noticias. Solamente en las noticias, no se preocupen, no en la vida real. Oigan, ¿saben qué mamada estoy viendo ahora con el Mundial? En Telemundo, tienes las noticias, Telemundo. Confía. Toma tus noticias de quien confías en. Telemundo le pertenece a NBC. ¿Quién confía en las noticias de NBC o del conglomerado gringo, no? Y cualquier persona que te dice confía en mí, lo primero que tienes que hacer es no confiar en ellos, tío. No sé si han aprendido eso ya en la vida o no. Así que vaya a chingar a su putísima madre Noticias Telemundo con su confía. ¿Ok? Solamente lo quería decir. Strategy está abriendo una excelente posición por acá. Los objetivos de esta chingadera, todo el mundo los tiene en 80, para que tengan una idea. Aquí me voy a poner una línea roja. Es lo que todo el mundo ve, porque esto fue la resistencia antes, etcétera. Entonces, si estás pensando ahí, solamente para que lo tengas bien puesto en la cabeza. Circle, por ejemplo, está acercándose a una buena oportunidad. Yo diría que aquí puedes empezar, si estás pensando en entrar en Circle, empezar a agregar, ¿no? ¿Por qué? Porque, güey, tienes un nivel, 2 niveles, 3 niveles. Va a ser un nuevo fondo Circle. Circle tiene una fuerza relativa impresionante con este fondo comparado con lo que estás viendo ahorita, comparado con Coinbase, por ejemplo, ¿no? Coinbase está más débil, pero sigue siendo más fuerte que, por ejemplo, Strategy. Porque Strategy, pues, güey, tiene todo lo que se trata su negocio es Bitcoin. Entonces, en Strategy, lo que quieres esperar es que en Bitcoin te digan literalmente, ¡ay, no, se va a acabar el mundo de los Bitcoin y Michael Saylor va a quebrar! ¡Ay, no puedo creerlo! Michael Saylor va a quebrar. Como todos los putos mercados bajistas que nadie aprende ni vergas. Es bonito que todo se repita, pero qué frustrante, ¿no? Lo bueno es que, ¿cómo se llama? Steve Jobs o Steve Apple o ese güey compró Tim Cook, compró Nike, que acaba de ser un nuevo mínimo. Nada mal, nada mal. ¿Ven cómo nos mienten a todos? Güey, lucir aguantando la zona de los $4, me gusta. De los $5, vaya. Me gusta. Vamos a ver si aguanta. Están despidiendo a todo el mundo y eso me gusta. Porque tenían que hacer eso, bola de pendejos. El güey de marketing que contrató a Timothy Chalamet o lo que sea ese pendejo, el pinche Marty the Jew, güey, se maman, güey. ¿Cómo están intentando hacer que ese güey sea popular? No, nunca en mi vida he conocido un güey que diga, güey, ¿sabes como quién me gustaría hacer o con quién me gustaría janguear? Con Timothy Chalamet o como se puta madre llame. Es una mamada. En fin, ahí está Bitcoin empezando a intentar comerse a todo el mundo que está intentando ser el héroe de los longs. Vamos a ver. Espantando. Y ahorita voy a estar viendo las noticias. Pero ahorita sencillo. Ya vienes en esta caída, tío. ¿Quieres asegurar tus ganancias? De donde Alex metió el corto en 62,700. Pues ya estás bien parado, honestamente. Te estás llevando ya estos mínimos. Puedes pensar en tal vez ganancias, puedes pensarlas en este mínimo, o intentar ver si vas a ir mucho más para abajo. Tiene cara que va más para abajo, pero pues nada es garantizado, ¿no? Y cualquier reintento, yo lo que pondría es otra línea meme aquí para ustedes, tenerlo en mente, en los 61. ¿Por qué? Porque esto fue justamente un estilo S&P, fue justamente donde cerraste antes, cerraste por encima, nunca cerraste por acá. Esta sería mi zona de retesteo. Si me salgo de mi corto ahorita, caigo, vengo acá, ahí es donde tienes la oportunidad de hacer recorte. Pero lo que más tiene sentido en este momento, en vez de simplemente buscar más y más cortos, es ver si te dan una pésima noticia. Si algo te pone una zanahoria enfrente a alguien que te está diciendo, güey, Bitcoin va a caer más. Y ahí es donde entras en un long. Porque ahí te hubiera funcionado perfecto acá, en esta zona. ¿No? en vez de ver si esto hace el corto y se queda por acá un rato, la chingada, lo más fácil sería ver si aquí nos van a contar A, que va a continuar cayendo y es el fin del mundo, B, no dicen nada y haces un mínimo. No dicen nada y haces un mínimo, vas todavía más para abajo y puedes entonces aplicar la idea de hacer otro corto agresivo justamente acá. Pero también puedes meterte en temporalidades más bajas. Vamos a ver la de 4 horas, por ejemplo, que tenemos, puta, volatilidad simplemente expandiendo con fuerza. Todos tus promedios todavía están aquí arriba, los puedes ver. Entonces todavía no hay nada. Yo simplemente usando estas velas, que pueden ver el porqué, es donde yo usaría eso, básicamente como una unidad de corto, brother, aquí en estos 61. Estoy ansioso por ver un poco más de las noticias, pero ahí lo tienen. Y ahorita solamente long, solamente cuando te den el fin del mundo. No cuando te den una noticia, cuando todo el mundo esté posteando del fin del mundo, es cuando funciona. No intentes descifrar las noticias, no se trata de descifrar las noticias, se trata de causar una emoción en la población, en todos. Y una vez que veas que todo el mundo está diciendo la misma pendejada o peleándose por una pendejada, he ahí, ¿ok? Para que sepan, lo intento explicar todo el tiempo, es difícil de comprender, pero estoy seguro que a algunos sí les está pegando, ¿no? El entender estas cosas. Vamos a seguir viendo Bitcoin, voy a seguir viendo las noticias Telemundo. Confía. Okay, Alex, we're ready for your bullshit. What do you got? You or salamis?
No, it's salamis.
Salamis for investment. Perfect.
All right, nice. With alts, with any alt really, but specifically with Sol, I do like looking at the Sol versus Bitcoin pairing. I do think it's nice to be really watching that to kind of get the bigger picture, specifically on like an investment. And you do see you're basically at the last stand here on the monthly. The 1.190 is a big spot. You're basically just simply using July 2023's wick high as support. And once you fall under that, you are going to see a major move down on Sol versus Bitcoin, indicating major weakness on Sol versus Tether pairing. It's a 38% range that could be opening up once you actually lose this region. And so far, though, it is holding as support. I'll delete this. I guess it's even. Then we can really see this has been the first monthly retest of that spot since the breakout in October 2023. So this is a major spot of interest. You do notice monthly silver cross is about to occur within the next month or two. Which just simply could indicate that even if Sol versus Bitcoin does get a bounce here, I don't think it's going to be something like this or this, but rather it could just be a monthly EMA 9 retest, which could just inevitably retest the monthly silver cross that is going to occur. Mentally, no, Sol versus Bitcoin has a monthly silver cross to the downside for the first time. So again, just indicating for us that this is pretty weak. Off the bat, and for the last whole year and some change, essentially since the bear market started in October 2025, you've just been steadily rejecting monthly EMA 5, playing into the idea this is pretty weak. So I wouldn't put a lot of weight on essentially July 2023's wick high holding as support. If it does, could just be a range, and that range is just going to be brought to you by some monthly MA9 retest. So maybe Sol gets a little push up on the Bitcoin pairing, but at least we have an area of indication, which means it's absolutely cooked and doomed and potentially going to open up an over 30% range. So this is the last stand. We'll get a clear picture on like investing. With the Tether pairing, I just like getting, kind of the bigger picture with the Bitcoin pairing. Because at least I know with a weak Bitcoin, Sol's going to be even weaker. You have a weak Bitcoin, Sol versus Bitcoin's weak, along with just Solana being weak. So many things against it. Nothing here. Talked about the monthly. You can see the HBDR range. Anything here? Oh, and again, HBDR is just playing into the idea that this is now at the last stand. You're pressing the bottom 38.2%. was really seeing maybe you're at the extremes, but no, that has reset. You're just back at the bottom, 38.2%. Bulls will look at this and say we've opened back within the blue zone. Bears are getting excited looking at this, really thinking this will get a breakdown. Now, very easy indication for us on when we know this will at least somewhat move up, which again will be just a monthly EMA 9 retest rather than a 5, is when the 5 gets a reclaim. That at least to the 9 is a nice range. We're talking about, like a 9% range from there. And then, it's assuming this 38.2% holds, could take you actually to the median. You might see that median start touching tips with the monthly 9 going into July. So Sol versus Bitcoin's weak, and I like the fact that we're pressing a breakdown. It does mean to me that, we're close to some kind of major move on Sol. What we've seen so far is the nice bottoming moves have been right off that 6192 zone. You saw it here in 2023 before moving up. You saw it here in 2021. So, maybe 2026 you'll get another retest of this zone. Keep in mind, every single time we do retest this on Sol versus Bitcoin, many don't want to invest in it anymore. This is when it just becomes very icky for the chart. Let's see here. Sneakily, you do have kind of like a deviation setup too. Kind of interesting to see that. Again, just a little detail, but plays into, if this is maybe dump here. Maybe you're an investor on Sol versus Bitcoin in the 619.62 level. Just look at June 2023's low and or May 2021. So that's at least a good indication. There you have the monthly silver cross. We do know that Sol versus Bitcoin most likely does have more downside to go with volatility. So that's very helpful for me if I'm an investor on Solana. Higher time frames are saying it's weak. If we see a green dildo, that could reject just the monthly 5. And we're just investing at the lows that have been holding each and every single time we do get a reclaim or stay above that 6192. We do see busting action moves on Sol. And even look at this, like you got a pretty major move up. From wick basis standpoint, you went up 608%, and then you just totally reverted that entire move. And then at that point, again, no one wants to buy, and that was the opportunity before we went up again. So that's just, to me, what it's looking like, just slowly coming down. You could make the argument, should you be investing in this? I'm unsure. I mean, this is not looking like it's in a macro uptrend. You have a higher low or lower high. If this takes out January 2022's low, this isn't a macro downtrend on like major macro, like yearly downtrend, which could mean you're going to actually test 2020 lows. So I will just preface that, like, should we be investing in this? I'm unsure at this point. But if we want the spots, we should just be looking at, kind of the lows here, even on the yearly. So let's go now to the tether pairing. Again, this will be the easier chart most understand because a lot don't look at the Bitcoin pairing in terms of alts, but they should because it can be helpful. So let's see here. We know Sol versus Bitcoin's at the spot. Let's see if Sol versus Tether is at the spot too. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, it's all coming back to me. So we got the move from like 59, I believe it was 60. We're looking for 58 TP, and 58's a big spot. Firstly, look at this wick high rejection. This then rejected and took Solana from a closing basis all the way down to $33. That's bad. And then you can see here chop, but still in this region from, call it $43, you still went all the way down from 20. So naughty good range once you lose your $58. You see 58 was lost here. Solana aggressively at that point dumped all the way down to the 38s again. You see the following month you went down to 26. So there's the 20s again. lost the 20s, and there's our beautiful $9 to $8 SOL. Okay, then that held. Remember, no one wants to buy it here at all. Similar to here, no one wants to buy Solana here. No one wants to buy it in this region. And these are often when we go up. Remember, these are the spots that we've seen. So May 2021. May 2021. Okay, so yeah, no one wanted to buy that. Let's check that rejection real fast. So when just SOL absolutely capitulated, we'll call it 69% for the culture. Found some bottom around 24 before going all the way up to 260, basically doing a 10x from that point. Okay, December 2022. So there's the low on SOL. That was at $8. So even took out these lows. Yet SOL versus Bitcoin were in the same spot. See that here versus here. So even SOL versus Bitcoin, yes, did go down a little bit more, but still in the same region. How much more did it go down? Let's just see. Oh, goodness. %19%. Yeah, that was a big actually difference. But again, no one wanted to buy Solana here at $10, and then you can see the real low, which was at June 2023 here, and put it there. So again, at 14.15, I remember all of this time, literally all of this time, and the boys remember too, no one wanted to buy Solana at this time at all. 10, 15, 20. And when I say no one, I'm just talking about CR. Like this is when it was dead. Sam Bankman-Fried messed up SOL. It's never going to be the same. But here we've made new highs. So instantly on this chart, on a new high, this is a perfect spot, honestly. You want to be looking to invest in the lows. And for me, that's why we're looking for 58 to become loss, a move down to 38s. If you can move down to 38, 39, that should correlate to what I mentioned on SOL versus Bitcoin, at least testing near the 0.00066 level. So for investing, I would be an investor on SOL. You could maybe start scaling it at 58, but luckily for us, this move down on this month has kind of indicated weakness across the board. And it's really saying that, honestly, once Bitcoin takes the lows out, you should be watching very carefully to see if Solana will. Because I'm still keeping in the back of my mind the idea that maybe Solana alts will bottom before Bitcoin, but also you could argue this time is actually different in terms of volatility. So for me, it's just levels. If we continue to hold 58 for 1 to 2, 3 months, awesome. That's when we can start investing at 58. And maybe then we'll get the expansion up towards 120. So almost 2x. But if we don't hold 58, and even into this week, exactly, you start coming down under $58, that's when I'm looking for the next leg down on Solana. That's going to be the most aggressive leg, in my opinion, and that should take us near $36 to $35. I'll fully remember that we could easily wick a little past that and maybe go down towards the $33. But regardless, this 30 to 38, this like $30 to $39 region is the spot to be investing on Solana, in my opinion. And even the SOL versus Bitcoin pairing does indicate that as well, simply by holding the level that's been holding 1, 2, 3, the last 3 times, really, or instances, I guess would be better. Here, here, and here. Now the hard part is SOL versus Bitcoin didn't make a new high, so that's a little interesting. It's a little counter to, right? Should we be investing in SOL? But then the tether pairing says, yeah, this is strong. You should be investing in SOL. So it's just an altcoin. It's not going to always be so straightforward. But with what I could gather, that is what I'd be watching for in an investment for Solana. And personally, that is where I'm going to be buying, around $38 to $33. I do think that'll be a good deal. When you do see Solana at 300, it's an easy 10x in the next 4 years. So that's all I have on Sol. I'm really watching for just the lows of, or the wick highs of 2022 to kind of get tested, and really just go into the 30s on Sol. I think that would be a proper pullback from almost $300.
The Bitcoin pair with altcoins, they'll never be able to make a new all-time high versus Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is not only not inflationary. You could argue that it's inflationary due to supply unlocking by the miners, right?
Hmm.
But at the same time, you can also say Bitcoin is deflationary because more people are losing their wallets and their keys to their Bitcoin, right? So in a way, there's no fucking altcoin that will ever better Bitcoin in the long term, just simply because for altcoins, their model is kind of inflationary. There's no escaping that. Even Ethereum that has stopped being inflationary or is really close or negative, it's not going to be like Bitcoin, and it took like basically a decade to get there. So
I see.
yeah,
That makes sense. That makes sense. Because I was looking at the Bitcoin pairing and just like, huh. Yeah. So I see the Tether pairing then is saying to invest, and it honestly is looking good. I think if you get 30 at all in Sol, you see 3-0, you should buy some and probably just fuck off, honestly.
wow, like that guy on crypto Twitter. Here goes Bitcoin, by the way. It's trying.
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
This will be interesting because if Bitcoin makes a new low today, we see some missiles. By the way, we have different things that can happen today, right? One, there's I don't know if you guys saw that the aliens are going to show up in the Brazil versus I think it's Scotland game in the World Cup. I don't know if you saw that.
I think it's Mexico versus Scotland, no?
No. Definitely not. Not today. It's Brazil, Scotland, I think, today. So if the aliens show up on the field today, that's one possibility for a black swan. The second possibility for a black swan is the San Andreas fault and a massive fucking mega quake, right? That's the second one for today, which, by the way, all coincides on June 24th. The third is just like the cycle low, right? Like the bullshit that was on the chart like 8 years ago just repeats itself. And then the fourth would have to be for the low to be in at whatever price it is today, that there's some missiles being sent from Iran to Israel or to Kuwait, kind of like in the last one that we had right here. Remember that I sent you guys on the chat. I was like, missiles? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm buying right now. Like once I saw that, I'm in. Like once I see war or anything like that, I'm in. So which one will it be, in your opinion, boys? I gave you plenty of end of the world options for the black swan.
I'm betting on the aliens. Yeah.
Oh, wow. We're going aliens. We're going aliens. Up in here, we're going aliens.
As long as they're not wearing an Argentina jersey, we're good.
I don't think they will. Don't worry about it.
We're good.
Yeah. Man, humanity. What a weird fucking day, no? Just in general, that people have like all these things in their mind, that there's going to be a mega quake, there's going to be aliens showing up or whatever the fuck it is. And then Bitcoin is really coming down for some reason that no one can explain. It's just odd that those things are floating around.
It's because aliens are bearish, because aliens have more than 21 million Bitcoin to dump on us.
What if they have the other part of the supply?
They have all the other supply.
That's what no one knows. Oh, man, that would be devastating for the Bitcoin bulls, the people that are really well tanned, really well eaten, like nutrition all the way to the top, really well dressed, really well perfumed. My God, that would be terrible, devastating news for those people.
And they'll flip it as aliens being bullish because they want to adopt Bitcoin as the global.
But I would say, yeah, because you know how Bitcoiners' minds work. Whatever is bearish, it's also bullish at all times. The Stretch of Hormuz being closed, it's very bearish, but at the same time, it's bullish because they're buying Bitcoin to let the ships pass. But when it opens, it's also bullish because it's bullish.
If Michael Saylor's tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars of buys don't really move the price, why is a tax to move a ship gonna send it up?
Hey, listen, I'm not here to put logic into their stupidity, sir. I'm just here to tell you what the fuck they say. Thank you. All right, Alex, 1 second. What's next? Oil for a trade.
Okay, perfect.
Nice. Here we go. Ok, Bitcoin se está yendo a la mera vergura, como lo estamos diciendo en este momento. Damas y caballeros, pongan atención a este pedo una vez más. Si Bitcoin se lleva a los mínimos y Solana no, y tampoco Ethereum, aquí va a ser interesante. ¿Ok? Es lo que quiero que pongan atención a. Ahora, la pregunta de la inversión simplemente en Solana, y lo voy a poner bastante fácil porque ya lo habíamos visto, lo vimos literalmente en la clase pasada, lo preguntaron igualito y la respuesta es la misma, ¿no? Porque quiero que quede claro, porque no sé si es completamente claro esto. Si debo, cuando hablo de invertir en Solana, estás hablando a largo plazo. Entonces, si estás hablando a largo plazo, el punto de vista de una inversión no cambia en 2 días. El punto de vista de un trade cambia en 2 días, pero de inversión no, es igual. Entonces, Solana, esto es lo que dice Alex. Solana, en su IPO, y estás viendo una tabla mensual, salió acá en los $40. De su IPO subió hasta los $260. Luego cayó hasta los famosos $8, haciendo un bajo más bajo que el pasado. Pero de aquí nunca más lo volvió a hacer y simplemente fue a hacer un nuevo alto histórico cuando el presidente Donald Trump, que el que todos estamos muy orgullosos, sacó su moneda meme. Y una vez que sacó su moneda meme, Solana se fue a la verga. Pero eso no tiene nada que ver con Donald Trump sacando su moneda meme. Por supuesto que no. Viva la libertad, carajo. Pero Solana no ha hecho ni se está desmoronando. Tuvo, después de este alto, un bajo más bajo, luego tuvo un alto más alto. Puedes argumentar que estás en una tendencia alcista, pero también puedes argumentar lo que dice Alex, que pues güey, si de aquí fui un bajo más bajo y de ahí hice un alto más alto, debería de tal vez venir a buscar un bajo por acá, ¿no? A esta zona. No dónde está. ¿Y de qué depende eso? De romper justamente este intercambio. Puedes ver este intercambio entre esta vela y esta. Esta zona en los $58, una vez que te la lleves para abajo, pues solamente hay aire hasta los 38. Y de los 38 tuviste varios cierres acá entre 30 y 38. Entonces, Alex dice, yo compro Solamis si Solamis llega a 30, entre 38 y $30. Es lo que voy a hacer. Es como se ve técnicamente hablando. No tienes ningún EMA en la mensual acá. Literalmente estás cayendo. Solana lleva 1 año y medio, literalmente desde enero del 2025, todo el 2025 y todo lo que llevas del 2026 cayendo. Por ende, estás en una mega clara tendencia bajista. Y es por eso que deberías de continuar. No hay nada en el RSI también que te diga que no. Tienes volatilidad expandiendo acá en la mensual. Voy a la de 2 semanas en putiza. Puedes ver que aquí tienes el primer cruce plateado a la baja de los Solamis en toda la historia, ¿no? Porque recuerda, no hay muchos datos. Solana salió al mercado en el 2021, en junio del 2021, en esos deliciosos $40 y se fue hasta los 260. Después fue a los 8, que eso fue lo jugoso, y se fue a $300. Gracias al presidente Donald Trump, que Dios lo bendiga y que le crearemos una placa a toda la gente que esté en la comunidad de Solana. Yo no soy parte de ninguna comunidad, pero me gusta a veces tomar bando solamente para decir pendejadas como de que no. Entonces, acá tienes un cruce plateado y dice Alex, cabrón, aunque tuvieras un pompazo a los 82, eso sería un retesteo bajista de tu promedio del 9, del cruce plateado, y eso te debería llevar más para abajo. ¿Ok? Entonces, simplemente con eso en mente, nada ha cambiado, todo sigue, te llevas los 58 y vas a venir entre los 30 y los 38. La otra cosa que yo diría es el punto contrario. El punto contrario es, si ahorita ves que Bitcoin hace un nuevo mínimo que está a nada, ¿no? A nada. ¿Cuánto fue el último mínimo en el que me súper equivoqué por $300? 59. Estás a $1,000, ¿no? De llevártelo. Bitcoin hace un nuevo mínimo. Empiezas a ver que hay cohetes, el terremoto, vienen los alienígenas ahorita en el campo de Argentina, no, de Brasil contra Escocia. y Solana no hace un nuevo mínimo con todo eso, después del terremoto y que los aliens vengan y te lleven, ¿no? Violen a todo el mundo en el campo de juego, pues, güey, tal vez quieras comprar Solana en esta zona. Pero solamente en ese caso. Si Solana se llega a llevar este mínimo de acá, probablemente te lleves los 58 y vayas a esta zona, ¿ok? De los 30 a los $38. Eso es lo que Alex ve como el fondo de los Solamis. Para que lo tengas como inversión, para que lo tengas bien pensado, es justamente esta zona entre 30 y 38 donde quieres acumular esos Solamis. All right, Mr. Farjano, we're ready for some U. Not you, but like you, as in the letter U.
We give you some me.
Oh boy. And it's for investing.
All right. Start with quarterly. Now we'll do monthly here. Let's zoom out. And monthly momentum is now freshly flipping to the downside. Is there any divergence here? What is this close? This is 1626, 1636, and then this one was 18. So it was a higher low. You did have monthly hidden bullish divergence here because you did take out that. I think you took it out. Let me zoom in. Actually, no, you did. So there's no divergence here. And you're getting a rejection of the neutral zone and flipping right back down into the bearish control zone. This goes along with the rejection of the 38.2%. And you're very close to putting in a monthly bearish engulfing dildo here. And this will confirm with any close below $25. Currently, the loss of the 38.2% at $30.73 would bring you down to the 78.6, which is sitting somewhere around $21.48. Zoom out. This is 2 weeks currently flipped up. You are putting in hidden bearish divergence, taking out these previous highs, and this is going to confirm with any close below $25.57, and that gives you a move down towards the 38.2%, which is somewhere around $22, lining up with that $21 number. And you currently do have a silver cross at the downside, and you are rejecting the 55 on that silver cross. Go back for a second. Okay. Weekly is currently flipping back down also. Let's in a little bit. Weekly did open up below the median. Now you're getting a move into the median, which is around $27.51. I do think with momentum flip down here, this is likely they're going to reject the median and then come down towards the 38.2%, especially based on the higher time frames. And that is currently sitting around $24. Lucky, we'll see a little bit of a bounce around that $24 area, but I do think this is eventually going to come down towards 78.6 for around $20. And you're getting a fresh sell signal here. 5 days also at the median with momentum pointing down, volatility is at extreme lows, and you're getting a fresh sell signal on the jewel. If you can close over the median, that brings you into $31, but assuming you close below, that brings you down towards that $21 area. The 78.6 is currently sitting at $19. If this does flip back up here, though, however, this is going to put in some hidden bullish divergence, which will confirm with any close over $28.62. And then that will give you a move into the 100 EMA, which is currently around like $30, $31. Today also is getting a rejection of the 38.2%. You got about a day and 4 hours before it closes. If it does close like this, though, you will get a target down towards $24. If you can close above, then you'll get that move into like $30, $31 first. Although I do think that it's just going to be a short opportunity if you do get a move into 30, 31. Daily is currently flipped up. Is there any divergence here? There's possibility for hidden bearish divergence, although you will require a close below 26.38 currently, but as you go on, it's going to be easier to confirm. And currently you are slightly below the median. Median's at 27.71. If you do close this as you currently are in about 4 hours below the median, you're likely just going to dump from here into somewhere around like $25 for a slight bounce, then eventually into the low 20s. Four hours currently flipped up, very close to entering into the bullish control zone. Is there some hidden bearish divergence here? This is at 27.46. So if you do close below 27.46, there will be hidden bearish divergence. If you close above there, then it'll no longer be possible. And if you do close above if you don't put in the hidden bearish divergence, this is likely going to get a move into $30. Let's go in RSI. Quarterly has a local top. It's going to give a target of bearish control zone, which is going to say it's impossible. Monthly has bullish divergence, although you came very close to hitting the target, which is the bullish control zone. Let me zoom in a little bit. And came very, very close to it, the simple moving average. And from here, you would be targeting the neutral zone, which currently is sitting at $21. 2E has hidden bullish divergence as long as you're closing over $18.23. You did hit the simple moving average, which would have been your easy target. And from here, you're going to be looking at the critical zone, which will update several times before you hit it. Right now, it's sitting at $5.82. Weekly's got hidden bearish divergence. This is going to target the bullish control zone at $24. It will likely see a little bounce in that region with volatility now back to extreme lows. 5 days also got hidden bearish divergence, going to target $24. And the neutral zone is sitting just below $20 at $19.75. This also has volatility back to extreme lows. 3 days also got hidden bearish divergence with volatility at 2 periods of 0%. Going to target the bearish control zone at $21. 2 days got a local top. Going to target the bearish control zone at $23. Daily's got hidden bullish divergence, although this does look played out, especially since you've already hit the target, which is the bearish control zone. Next level from here is going to be critical zone, which will update several times. Right now, it's sitting just below $17. What else? 4 hours got a local bottom that would target the bullish control zone around $29. So likely we'll see a move into somewhere around $30, $31, and then from there, likely it's going to be your next lower high before you go into 25 for a slight bounce, and then like 20 to 21. Let's look at momentum. Monthly momentum is currently flipped down with hidden bearish divergence, and this is going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $34.82. Right. 2 week is currently flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 2381 or 2380, and you are currently still within the bearish control zone. This has around like 2 or 3 more closes to still be within bearish control. And you're making a closing lower low, so there's no possibility of bullish divergence here. And volatility is currently contracting from double extreme, so this move up likely does just give you a lower high. And at this point, I do think the high is in. Weekly is starting to freshly flip down, although it's close to flipping up, but volatility back to extreme lows, and it will remain down as long as you're closing below $28. And there is hidden bearish divergence here also on the weekly, which is confirmed. 5 days currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 27.73. This is close to flipping down. 2 days currently also flipped down, but very close to flipping up, and this will flip up with any close over $27.37. Daily is currently flipped up with volatility back to extreme lows, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 27.65. And 4 hours currently flipped up, very close to entering into the bullish control zone, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 27.39. So just support that move into somewhere around like $30 to $31. There's a short-term, small time frame short there with the stop at somewhere around like 32.60, and then from there you're going to be looking at 25 for your first target, and then from there I do think this is going to settle somewhere around like $20 to $21, and then for the longer term entry somewhere around that $20 to $21 area, $20 ideally, down towards $16.70, and then you'd have your stop at this current low at $16.75. Ideally, the idea is that this is your next higher low, and you shouldn't take this out. And from there, you'd be targeting this 55 EMA currently sitting somewhere around like $47. So that is more than a 100% gain right there for how much of a risk? Let's see. Like 15%, not bad. And if you were to take it from $20, that would be about 20% in it, or 19% in return for 100% plus. Pretty good.
God bless. God bless. All right, we got oil for Alex, and then we got NNE for investing.
NNE.
Ok, vamos a ver, You. Una vez más, les encanta encontrar este tipo de tablas. No sé a qué se dedica esta empresa, pero viéndola así, ¿no? El patrón más bajista que existe en el mundo, la M de McDonald's. ¿Cuándo fue el último alto que hiciste? En noviembre del 2021, y desde entonces has hecho altos más bajos que hasta este, en octubre del 2022. Aquí es, invierte bajo tu propio riesgo y comprendiendo que tú comprendes esta acción por alguna razón, ¿no? Que tú entiendes bien esto y por eso estás invirtiendo en ello, porque no invertirías en algo que simplemente se ve así, ¿no? Se vale, como les digo, ¿no? Como me ven con Rivian, como me ven con Lucid, es si entiendes cuánto vale la marca, el negocio, etcétera, bien. Pero tienes una tabla bajista de todo esto. Ahora, tenemos un canal acá bastante sencillo de entender. Estás bajo tu SMI 200 semanal en este momento, pero acá tuviste algo de vida, esto fue un SFP y ahora fuiste para abajo. Lo único que te mantiene en esto, honestamente, es bajo, bajo más alto y bajo más alto. Es lo que te está llevando ahí y después de estos bajos más altos estás teniendo altos y altos más altos. Lo que te haría pensar, ¿sabes qué? Estoy en una tendencia alcista. Bien, con eso dicho, en este momento acabas de poner un tope acá en la semanal. Este tope te está llevando para abajo. Cualquier retesteo de la zona de los 30 es para ser corto. Sé que no preguntaste eso, quieres invertir, pero ¿por qué? Porque tienes el promedio del 100 justamente ahí, que es lo que te va a guiar, y tu stop estaría acá en los $32. Ok, no quiero entrar en corto, güey, lo único que quiero hacer es invertir en esta chingadera. Perfecto. Lo mejor que vas a poder hacer es esperar a que esto baje porque va a bajar, viene en camino con este alto más bajo, la zona de los 20, que es justamente esta, hasta la zona de los 18. ¿Cuál es tu invalidación? Llévate estos mínimos. ¿Por qué? Porque si te llevas estos mínimos, estarías haciendo una tendencia bajista otra vez. ¿Y cuál es el punto de aguantar esta posición a largo plazo si vas a hacer un bajo más bajo y te vas a continuar abajo? Si te los llevas, pues, güey, vuelve a entrar en algo cercano acá a los 14 y espera que no te lleves este. O algo cercano acá a los 16, ¿no? Otra vez, después de que te saliste en los 16, que no tiene mucho sentido. Y si te llevas los 15, 19, te sales. Es el pedo de esto. Se ve alcista a corto plazo, pero en realidad es un poco difícil poder saber eso, ¿no? Entonces, la mejor opción es 20 que era acá, en los $20, a los 18.20 y con una invalidación aquí abajo para salirte, porque si te quedas en lo que está haciendo un nuevo bajo más bajo, probablemente pues, sí hagas otro alto y un bajo más bajo, y si quieres invertir, que es a largo plazo, no estás buscando tradear, ¿cuál sería el punto de holdear con cojones esta chingadera? ¿No? Ahí lo tienes, mi estimado. Vámonos con el petróleo. All right, Mr. Alexander, we're ready for some petróleo, oil.
Nice. Yeah, here.
Shit's been hard.
Yeah, she's playing hard to get. There's a nice trade here based where we were saying SMA 200. You do see that we did end up longing. Our stop loss was June 18th wick low right at 73. We got an expansion. It was a pretty good move overall on oil, but it just wasn't sustained. We went up 6%. Couldn't actually get the reclaim scenario we talked about for the busting action move up to 87. So this is canceled out now. And into yesterday, you actually do see that you lost daily SMA 200, meaning this dump today really shouldn't surprise anyone. So far, we've seen a 4.69% for the culture move, making its way to $66.56. The only trade now at this point is to actually get a daily SMA 200 retest along with a daily EMA 5 retest. You will mentally note that you have a daily silver cross to the downside, and the daily EMA 9's at $77.21. As long as you're not taking out June 22nd's wick high, essentially the high at 78.15, you could make a lower high anywhere in between that. So for me, an easy trade isn't shorting here at all. It's just watching for either a short at 73.73 or maybe a short at $77. Regardless, the stop loss is going to be at 78, and you are going to be targeting $66. I know that if you do end up shorting the daily SMA 200, it's a pretty wide stop loss, but the TP does allow it. And if we do get graced by a daily silver cross retest, that makes the risk to reward a lot better. That's kind of a trade I'm looking for ETA. So either daily SMA 200 rejections or maybe a daily silver cross. Regardless, I do see oil coming back at minimum to $66. And remember, this is all big implications for a weekly. Into next week, you easily could get another trade here, which could mean that you're going to retest weekly EMA 100, but also weekly SMA 200. That will mean that if you end up rejecting and losing these two zones, you really could start aggressively moving down on oil. That's kind of been the recipe for oil. Get back above SMA 200, get expansion. But if you don't hold the weekly SMA 200, that's what causes oil to start going on a weekly downtrend. So for now, it's looking more corrective. We tried to short oil. Our stop loss at 73 got hit. We haven't really opened a trade since then. Now you either can get a conservative trade on the weekly. That means that you're not trading the daily. You're just going to either get an SFP up or get a rejection down, and then just simply wait for your weekly candle closure. Weekly will give you a trade upon SMA 200 getting lost, and you'll just be shorting that with your stop loss at this week's high, essentially. That's still at $78. The monthly also is giving a trade, but that's closing in 6 days, 5 hours. So luckily, that is also closing along with the weekly. You will see the weekly is giving a trade if you don't hold the EMA 100. You do see major rejections off that. That alone will be another trade in itself. But again, that's just monthly and weekly dependent. That does close in 6 days. So we should be watching for the daily setup. The daily is more actionable, and it is saying as long as you do close under SMA 200 on the daily, you will have a measured move to $66 and possibly lower. I mean, you could go down to $60, but that's assuming you do lose $66.50. And we've seen this before. Reject, come down, hold it, break out. So for me, either short SMA 200 or daily silver cross. As long as your stop loss is at $78, you can play the monthly short, the weekly short, also the daily short. $78 is a good hard stop loss, and you can honestly front run that if you start reclaiming SMA 200 on the daily. Of course, something like this will imply a breakout move up, but as long as you are closing under that, this is going to be our easy short zone with a stop loss of 78. I will be looking for daily EMA 9 to move more down to 76. So maybe it looks something like this, where you lower high and then break down. So hopefully that makes sense. $78, though, should be kind of the big takeaway from that oil analysis. And that way it keeps your kind of trade in check if you do the monthly, weekly, or even the daily.
Sí, señor. Thank you so much. I'll pass it along right now, because when we're in the morning, like when I start the show, this won't let me do it. But now I can. So I don't know if the time, it's a time thing that they need to adjust.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Like we're always like middle stream, it works, but right in the morning, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's not available to do. So it's definitely a timer that they have on. So they should, like, if they can, change that, because I feel like more people will watch it then.
Yeah, but, sure. I'll text them on that.
Thank you. Vamos a regalar $3,000 rápidamente en USDT para todos ustedes para que puedan tradear en futuros, campeones en Bitunix para todos los que están usando nuestro enlace. Así que ahí vamos y vamos a picarle a la primera persona. Vamos a ver si va a ser uno de los mismos que se ha llevado todo el dinero. Estoy seguro que sí. Vamos a ver rápidamente qué tenemos por acá. Pum, 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 pum. Y $1,500 se van a algo a passmail.net. No, este es nuevo. Felicidades, mi estimado. Nada mal. Felicidades. El cupón ganador es este. Y para que sepas, estos $1,500 te van a llegar aquí en la campanita de la derecha. Le vas a picar, te va a salir un cupón, le picas que te lo den y van a ser $1,500 en USDT. Y todas las ganancias de esto te las vas a poder llevar a casa. Si lo pierdes, te la pelas. No puedes llevarte nada, pero si ganas, te vas a poder llevar todas tus ganancias. Vamos por los $1,000, el segundo lugar, como de que no, a ver quién se los lleva y espero que no sea repetido el mismo. No, que solamente hay un cabrón tradeando en este momento acá. Cosas más raras han pasado. No les voy a decir que no. Vamos con ¡tarán! Jer@gmail.com. No, esto también se ve fresco y nuevo, así que muchas felicidades, mi Jer. Germán, Gerardo, Gerundio, ¿no? Como sea, felicidades, mi estimado. $1,000 en futuros en USDT por tradear en Bitunix con nuestro enlace. Y vamos por último, los $500, el precio del consolador. Digo, de consolación. Perdón. No, es que, güey, no puedo. Estoy viendo esto con mis hijos, güey. Estúpido, güey. Estúpido. Y el último ganador de los $500 es, ¿cómo de que no? Es, güey, te llevaste 1,500 tú también, Jer. Les digo, no hay mucha gente tradeando en este momento. Está muy tranquilo todo porque es un mercado bajista y todo el mundo le da miedo y todo el mundo se queda afuera. Pero aquí con nosotros ustedes ganan. Hay 2 ganadores de $1,500 el día de hoy. Felicidades. Felicidades a nuestros ganadores. Como chingados no. Vámonos de vuelta a las tablas y antes que nada tengo que revisar también cómo va mi encuesta en Twitter. Muy importante, por supuesto. ¿Cuál va a ser el cisne negro de hoy, damas y caballeros? Tenemos que ver las opciones. El megaterremoto en California, solamente le están dando 4%. La gente en verdad cree que los extraterrestres van a ir al mundial porque es la que está ganando en 39%. Israel y su guerra, esos malditos desgraciados del gorrito, solamente llevan un 25%. Y Michael Saylor explotando, no sus empresas, Michael Saylor explotando, tiene hasta un 31.2%. Impresionante. Impresionante, como diría Sage con su verga. Ok. El petróleo va para abajo. Este trade nos salió mal. Estábamos esperando que aguantara acá y ahora el corto que sigue no nos los ha dado. Les voy a explicar por qué. 1, larga temporalidad. Si me preguntas a mí que si el petróleo ya va para abajo y todo va a ponerse color rosita, Nel, güey. Simplemente es un hijo de puta como toda la energía. Así que yo continúo del lado que el petróleo va a darse la vuelta otra vez, etcétera. Y lo más chingón de esto es que puedes ver que la bolsa está bajando y que todo está bajando con el petróleo bajando, para que veas que no tiene nada que ver una con otra, ¿no? Pero por ahora estamos perdiendo nuestra zona de long acá y la más fácil de todas. Tienes 2 sopas, mi estimado. Voy a quitar estas líneas para que lo puedas ver todavía más fácil. Mi SMA 200, que es esta línea rosa que viene por acá, es la que aguantó la semana pasada y esta semana no tiene cara de aguantar. Entonces, cualquier retesteo a tu zona de los $74 sería buena para hacerle corto y poner tu invalidación que esté un poco arriba en estos 78.20. Eso es lo que estarías buscando en un buen corto, en un trade del petróleo. Si te llevo a la diaria, mi estimado, aquí atento. En la diaria, por más que hayamos llegado acá y tuvimos un buen golpe y subimos acá, no fue suficiente como para salirte. Honestamente, fue un movimientito. Y ahora estamos perdiendo el SMA 200 en el primer cierre y en el segundo. Aquí en la diaria también tienes ese trade. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja que te dice que, pues, güey, si regresas al promedio del 9, ahí le quieres hacer corto en esos 77.21 y usar 78 para invalidarlo. La cosa, y lo que lo pone algo más difícil de llegar acá, es que una vez que si llegas a empezar a cerrar por encima del S&P 200, podrías ir más para arriba. Entonces, yo solamente jugaría la del S&P 200. El problema es tu invalidación. Porque si vienes a retestear el S&P 200 en 73, ¿no? Y tienes tu invalidación en 78, hay un gap bastante grande. Ahora, puede ser un cerdo, si es que te quieres dejar ser un cerdo. Y eso es poner una invalidación, pero con energía es básicamente suicidio en esta vela, en los 74. Que entres justamente acá en el 200, pero tienes la gran posibilidad de que esto simplemente sea un SFP, retome el 200 y se vaya para arriba. Entonces, la mejor posibilidad es la paciencia y ver una combinación acá y tú medir cuál es lo que te interesa entre la semanal y la diaria. Porque la semanal, la que te va a dar el movimiento más fuerte de rechazo posible, sería este. Y esto te llevaría, si lo llegas a agarrar acá en los 74, 75, a los 66, a esta zona. Ese es un buen trade. Y una vez más, yo personalmente a largo plazo sigo diciendo el petróleo va para arriba, pero estamos tradeando. Y eso es diferente a invertir. De todas maneras, yo no estoy comprando barriles de petróleo, pero no tiene por qué. Simplemente con lo que está pasando no tiene nada que ver con lo de la guerra y todo eso, sino te van a dar buenas noticias para que creas que ya todo se arregló. Así no funciona este pedo. Entonces, a cierto punto se dará la vuelta, pero por ahora aprovecha su debilidad. Tiene muchos momentos el petróleo cuando hace esto, que tiene subidones, luego tiene bajadones, y luego tiene subidones, y luego tiene bajadones y otros subidones. Así que no se acaba la fiesta tan rápido, y menos con el dólar, por ejemplo, ahora que está empezando a correr. Normalmente el petróleo debería seguir corriendo. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando ves el dólar correr, ¿no? Recuerda que la energía se mueve en dólares. Lo que empiezas a ver es, sube el petróleo y tienes dólares que valen más que te están pagando. Entonces, por eso todavía no creo que se haya acabado la fiesta, pero no voy a poner mi reputación a esto. No invierto en petróleo a largo plazo, brother. La única que les di fue la del gas natural cuando estaba demasiado barato y ya. Pero yo sí pensaría que todavía tiene más camino para arriba, simplemente tiene que ajustar esto. ¿Y por qué? Siguen explotando refinerías, siguen haciendo todo eso, así que no tiene sentido. Oigan, vean los intereses que van subiendo, siguen bajando, qué locura. Pero están subiendo, los van a subir, pero están bajando, pero los van a subir. Ahí tienes tu trade del petróleo, mi estimado. Vamos con la que sigue, que era NNEA. Tío, ¿cuáles son tus top 3 empresas de inteligencia artificial para invertir cuando den los puntos? Cada quien haga su tarea con eso. Yo no tengo ni puta idea, no soy maestro de la IA. No sé. No te voy a mentir. Ahí cada quien haga su propia tarea, por favor. NNE. Ya saben que gallo que lo sabe todo no sabe nada. Y ese no soy yo. Yo no sé nada, pero tampoco lo sé todo. 1 second. There it is.
Alrighty. Let's start. Okay. This would be a monthly, and we got monthly momentum currently flipped up with volatility contracting. Although this kind of looks like the momentum being flipped up has played out. You got to move into the 38.2%, which is currently projecting, and you are very close to putting in a bearish engulfing dildo, I believe. This is at the high is 31.59, and this one is 31.48. So it's slightly higher, making it possible to make a bearish engulfing. And with any close below $21.72, that will make a bearish engulfing, and then you're very likely going to be sweeping this low here at $18.93. Probably going to come somewhere around like $14.50 towards like maybe $11, somewhere in that region. And this would be the ideal entry for somewhat of a long-term position, and then you would want to not take out this low, so you would put your stop at very wide, somewhere around like $6.30. But this would be the region from where you've opened up initially, where you started busting up, you made your higher low, and then you made new all-time highs right in this region here. But we'll see if we can find a better entry and stop on the RSI numbers. We'll go to the 2-week. 2-week is also starting to lose that 38.2%. Going to bring you down to this bottom 38.2%. That's at $18.40, with momentum currently flipped up, very close to flipping back down here, putting in multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. And this is going to confirm with any close below $21.50. Weekly is also about to lose at 38.2%. That's at 23.32, with momentum now flipped down on the weekly. Weekly is confirming multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence, and this is going to bring you down to somewhere around 19 bucks, which is going to sweep this low. Like you're going to go into the 18s at that point. 5-day also rejecting the top 38.2%, with momentum flipping down, putting in multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. And currently it's going to bring it down to somewhere around 20 bucks for the psychological number for a little bounce there, and then eventually towards somewhere around $15.90, 16 bucks somewhere at this region. And yeah, that $14 number would bring you towards this 88.3%. Let's see where we bottomed at last time. And this actually went to the 100% at this point, and 100% currently would bring you down to 7 bucks, but this will update. And you got a silver cross to the downside, which you're currently rejecting. 2 days losing it's already lost 38.2% with didn't even manage to come up and retest it. The highs at 24.06. Actually did retest it. I don't see the wick. Maybe it's there. I'm just blind. Yeah, it's a really small wick there. It's an average size wick. My bad. It's at $24.02, and this is going to bring you down to the 78.6, which is currently at around 20 bucks flat. 2 days currently trying to flip back up here, but this is likely going to reject right at the edge of the bearish control zone. Daily is now also losing the median, going to bring you down towards the 38.2, which is around $21 for a slight bounce, with momentum currently flipped down, putting in hidden bearish divergence, and likely is going to bring you down towards eventually around 19 bucks. Let's go to the 4 hour. 4 hour also about to break down with the silver cross down. With any close below 23.81, you're going to get a target towards somewhere around 21. Also landing up at 21 area for a slight bounce, but likely that will fail, and probably going to find yourself somewhere around like 19 to 18 bucks at that point. Let's get RSI now. NNE. Local bottom, but you have hit the simple moving out the neutral zone, which would have been your target, and now you're turning into a pretty ugly monthly dildo here. Your target from there is going to be the bearish control zone, which now says it's impossible. 2 week target the simple moving average around 22 bucks, and then from there your next target is the bearish control zone 19. Weekly is about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 23.91, and this brings you down to about bearish control zones likely to update, but right now it's at about 9 bucks. That is your below the $14 levels, around $9. 5 day also has hidden bearish divergence, going to give you a target of 11 bucks. So I'm thinking to move that number from 14 down to that $9 area. $3 also has hidden bearish divergence, going to target 17 bucks. 2 day has bearish divergence, going to target 19.60. Daily also has bearish divergence, going to target 20 bucks. And 4 hours got hidden bearish divergence. That's going to target about $18.26. Let's go back up a little bit. Okie dokie. Let's go into momentum. Monthly momentum is pointed very sharply to the downside with volatility expanding, and it's going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below $29. 2 week is currently pointed up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over $21, $20.94. Weekly is currently flipped down, rejecting the bullish control zone, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 27.28, and you're also confirming hidden bearish divergence. 5 days also flipping down, confirming hidden bearish divergence with volatility almost back to extreme lows, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below about 24.50. And 2 days also flipped down with volatility expanding, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 23.17. Daily, it's also freshly flipping down, rejecting the edge of the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 23.54. And 4 hours currently flipping down, losing the bullish control zone, about to break into the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $28. Let's go back up. I'm moving that number now down towards the 95% from the 88.3, which was at 14s, to around that $9.90 to $9.40 zone. Brings you a lot closer to that stop of around $6.30. And then from there, a move into simply the 9 EMA would be $26. That would be almost what is that, 9, 18, 20, almost a 3x right there, just to this 9 EMA. And then your current high is going to be like a lot more than that, like a 6x type of thing. Don't even want to do the math because it's huge. It's huge, as the president would say. From there, you would have to hope that this thing just doesn't go to zero, because if you do take out this wick low, you are likely going to be taking out this initial low at somewhere around $3.25. And at that point, I don't see why this thing wouldn't just go to zero. So this would be your clenching moment somewhere around that $9 level, hoping the $6 level doesn't get taken out. And then from there, kind of like a lottery ticket type of thing, where if it does come back up and mean reversion to the 9, you just almost 3x your money.
So I'm sorry, you're saying $9?
Yeah, about $9.50.
Okay. So if my guy bought at 21, he should get the fuck out?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at this chart too with the silver cross and shit too. It might look like it's going up, but it's not. It just made a lower high.
And it's also kind of a bastardized Head and Shoulders.
Yeah, not good. Thank you. Fucking Jesus. What's next for you? We got NNE. XRP for a trade. Look at you.
Alrighty. Garlic condos back in commission.
Let's get it. NNE, mi mente potente. Esta madre acaba de hacer un alto más bajo con un cruce plateado semanal a la baja, tío. Hiciste este bajo más bajo que este. Después de estos altos más bajos, con este alto más bajo, si estás dentro de los 21, dirás, pues mejor te sales, güey. ¿Por qué? Porque si quieres agregar a tu posición y que Dios te bendiga si llega, lo que quieres hacer es aquí. Simplemente momentum en la mensual está apuntando para abajo. La tabla es muy bajista. Por más que hayas tenido este alto acá, cuando fue en octubre del 2025. Tienes muy pocos datos, eso sí, porque es una tabla que salió en mayo, pero viéndola rápidamente no se ve bien. Tiene cara que vas a buscar nuevos mínimos. Y también hablamos mucho de velas toperas hasta arriba, pero cuando tienes dojis como este, arriba, y luego tienes una vela que lo confirma, no en la segunda, pero en la tercera, en una tabla de 2 semanas, eso es para abajo. Ahora, también ve esta tabla de 2 semanas, todos tus promedios están aquí arriba. Aquí arriba. Estás rechazándolos. Básicamente habías hecho un SFP acá del promedio del 9, del 5, del 21 de todos. Y ese SFP te está rechazando. Eso quiere decir que vas más para abajo. Te vas a llevar este mínimo, ¿no? El de los 19. Y de ahí, tu confirmación de que va a haber continuaciones, llévate 17.22, que es este mínimo para abajo. Y pues tu siguiente nivel van a ser estos 10.50. Y acá la idea es, no te lleves este mínimo. Porque si te lo llevas, vas a hacer un nuevo mínimo total de esta tabla. Ahora, igual ya estamos mal, tú sabes que algo va a cambiar en esta tabla pronto, que algo están haciendo, etcétera. No te voy a decir qué vergas hacer, pero viendo la tabla solamente, no pinta bien las cosas con estos altos. O sea, está rompiendo estructura alcista por completo acá y se vuelve una estructura completamente bajista. Alto, bajo, alto, bajo, alto más bajo, bajo más bajo, alto más bajo, y lo que sigue es un bajo más bajo después del rechazo acá, con un doji Este es un doji también, esta vela gorda. No perfectamente hecho, pero es un doji deformado. Ya lo tienes, mi estimado. All right. Alex. Coinbase for a trade, because my guy is in a short on Coinbase and he's wondering, should I let go at 140? That my TP is 147. Thoughts?
All right, nice. Yeah, that's smart. Let me get that there. 147 TP is wise because you're basically betting on the lower high on the weekly, and the only objective now is for your TP zone, essentially. 148 was the lower low. Lower high was made around 177, 176. So the lower low break would be your TP. And actually, into tonight, you're actually entering into a new range on Coinbase. You see a daily volatility setups firing off, and you haven't even gotten back above the moving average yet, indicating to me that this is about to get even more violent to the downside once we get daily closures back under 156.59 will be my indication of a new range forming and Coinbase is breaking down. I mean, look at what happened last time when we lost 158, or specifically, what was it, 156.59. Look what happened last time we lost that. Right here, we lose it, we reject, we stay under it, and then from that point, Coinbase makes an epic move all the way down to the 80s, and even lower to 41, which is dramatic. And then same, right? We made the epic move up in 2023. We've held above this zone, held above it. So we absolutely today want to be watching very carefully 156.59. If today you close under this zone, you're looking for any shorts onto that, like I just showed you before, as long as you do stay under 156.59, you are going to be more likely to break down towards 118 minimum. And I am actually going to post an ETA short again on Coinbase. We nailed one here. But now with this new range opening up, this is actually going to give us a new short. So, right, for a trade on Coinbase, yeah, I do think you could TP at 147. Fully aware at 156.59 is where we are actually going to enter into a new short. And that new short is going to take you down to 118. Once you lose 118 is when you make the move down to $80. So it's just a range trade here. Instantly, you're weak under the weekly SMA 200. That's not bullish at all. Actually, a big cause of concern. So confluence of this, and the idea is getting higher time frame closings under 156.59, just like what occurred in 2022. Lost it and then massively just rejected it. You can see this was also $80 was a big spot on forming a bottom. And then really to 156, you made it a very aggressive move up. So, I mean, this is a very violent range up and down, and you're already seeing that on today. I mean, look at this girthy red dildo down 4.59%. Yeah, it's just not a good sign. And remember, my whole idea on the short was just a evening star rejection of the 34, same exact spot we rejected in May. And also we had a daily silver cross, which still held. So from that daily silver cross, Coinbase did give us now about an 8% rejection. So when I'm seeing something that's trading so easily like that, I absolutely want to be looking for another short here. And so, yes, hold on to your short until TP. I don't see why we're not at least going to take out 148s. And then into tonight, you're looking for just another short trade, 156 entry. And your stop loss is going to either be really tight at 158.50 right here, or on the daily will be better, just using this evening star, in my opinion, and using the last daily lower high at 164. Let's see, it's about 4% to make 24%. If you really wanted to be aggressive, you could use today's high, but I do think that could get taken out just on a simple EMA 5 retest. So I stand on what I said, 156.59 entry, stop loss at basically 164.50, TP at 118. Let's just see real fast what each BDR has to say. And it's crazy because even despite this 4% move, Coinbase isn't even in a breakdown quite yet, which is, again, crazy on the daily. So you're just getting daily volatility on the cusp of firing off above the moving average and even a HPDR breakdown. Pretty disastrous stuff. And wow, look at that. Strategy's at 94 now. How crazy. Which means that Bitcoin, yeah, must be breaking the 60s now. Disastrous stuff. So yeah, that's what I have on Coinbase. Literally tonight, if you're on ETA, I will post this short for us though.
Perfecto. Thank you, señor. Excelente. Coinbase. Coinbase, rápidamente para un trade, lo estamos viendo de su máximo histórico justamente por acá, haciendo otro en julio del 2025, ya hace un año básicamente. Y desde entonces ha caído. Recuerden, la última vez tomó 90 semanas desde el tope a encontrar el fondo del fondo. Entonces apenas vas en semana 49, te faltan otras 40 semanas de esta mamada. Estamos aquí abajo del promedio del 200 semanal. Estamos en camino a los objetivos chidos. Estás preguntándote si en 147 es buena zona para tomar un TP. Sí, simplemente porque tienes este rango acá. Tal cual como lo ha tenido la tabla todo el tiempo. Lo que Alex espera es ver un buen rebote aquí a los 100, espérame, en la diaria. A los, acá. Más o menos a los 156 a esta zona y te voy a enseñar por qué. Más o menos por acá. Déjame quito esto. Y esto, no, la entrada debería estar aquí abajo. ¿Qué estoy diciendo? Aquí, que es justamente esto. Caída, cierre por encima, por debajo, rechazo por encima, pum, apoyo y vámonos. Y otra vez aguantaste, pero aquí ya no. Lo que estarías buscando es una salida en estos 147. Cualquier retesteo de esta zona con una invalidación aquí arriba sería lo que vas a usar para después volver a caer. Y tal vez Dios nos bendiga con todas estas entradas y vayamos a la zona de los 118 primero y de ahí a los 86, para que lo tengan en mente en lo que todo está cayendo potentemente. Bitcoin 59,000, ¿ven? No queríamos jugar al verga de intentar hacer el long acá porque se iba a llevar el mínimo, tal cual Bitcoin está haciendo y jugando sus porquerías como debe de. ¿Cómo debe de? ¿Cómo va Solana? Solana aguantando todavía relativamente más fuerte. ¿Cómo va Ethereum? También un poco más. Están más, digamos, están más lejos de llevarse su mínimo que los Bitcoin, por ejemplo. Pero pues ahí va, los Bitcoin para abajo, tíos. Para abajo con fuerza. Así que vamos a ver ahorita si se lleva esos mínimos. En realidad lo puede hacer ahorita en lo que estoy hablando y diciendo pendejadas. Vamos a ver si se los lleva o no. All right, Mr. Farjano, Mexicano, we're ready for some XRP bullshit. XRP for a trade. That's right. All right. I hope my boy, I told you guys that he called me when XRP was, let's just call it not in a great place already to the downside. And he was like, dude, it's super cheap. I was like, no. It's going to get cheaper. And I haven't asked him if he bought or not, but I have a feeling that he did.
Yeah, they don't listen. Same with my mom. She asked me at like 140s she should buy.
Yeah.
Like, no, you should wait till 80 cents. It's not going to hit that low. Oh,
well. Fuck.
So. Fuck. All right, we'll start with the 2-day. We are approaching that 38.2%, but you are not really getting any type of bounce here. Doesn't look like this is going to hold. And from here, likely is going to find itself somewhere around the 78.6 eventually, which is currently sitting around 93 cents. The confirmation of this is going to be getting a 2-day closure below the 38.2%, which is tomorrow. And that is at $1.05. We're basically there currently. Momentum is currently flipped down with hidden bearish divergence confirmed, and you're very close to making it into the bearish control zone. daily. Daily's already also lost a 38.2% with momentum flip down. There is some possibility of bullish divergence on the daily and the 2-day, although it's so far gone, it's unlikely to confirm for a long time, even if it does confirm. If this does confirm, this is likely going to be somewhere around that 90 cent zone, 80 to 90 cents, around 82 to 90 cents. You go down to, and at that, and the hopium is that momentum doesn't take out the low at that point. 4 hours currently also flip down. Let's zoom in here. You're making a lower low, so there's no possibility of bullish divergence here. If you do see a little bit of a move up, maybe you'll tag $1.07 to $1.08, although that's like maybe not even a 3-cent move up, and highly likely you're going to reject that if you can even make it up there, and like you're going to come down to somewhere around $1 flat next for the psychological number. Let's look at the RSI. Today's got a local top. You're basically hitting the simple moving average now. That level's at $1.02, very close to it. And the next level is the critical zone, which is going to update, but currently it's at 76 cents. 3/4 for 1 XRP. Daily's got hidden bearish divergence also, putting in another possible drive of hidden bearish divergence. This one will confirm with any close below $1.05, and this brings you down to about 98 cents. I'm curious, what is the last macro low? About 50 cents. $12 hours also got hidden bearish divergence, although you're basically at the critical zone. It's at $1.04. Nothing there. 4 hours at local top, although you're deep within the critical zone. 2 hours got some possible bullish divergence, although this needs to close back over $1.10 to confirm. Those resistances at the simple moving average around $1.06. And the high of this candle is basically $1.06.5. And go to a little bit of gambling time frames. 30 minutes also getting a rejection of the simple moving average. Doesn't look like you're going to get any type of bounce here. And now you're putting in a bearish engulfing dildo. Like you're going to come down to $1 flat first for a little bounce. Let's look at momentum. Oops. Two-day momentum is freshly flipping down, rejecting the edge of the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $1.18. Daily is also flipping down as long as you're closing below $1.13, with volatility now expanding on the daily, and the 2-day volatility is close to going into expansion again. This is going to be a double extreme once it does that, once you take out this low. 12 hours also currently flipped down, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 106. 8 hours also flipped down as long as you're closing below 106. 4 hours also flipped down as long as you're closing below 107. 2 hours also flipped down, rejecting the edge of the bearish control zone as long as you're closing below 106. Let's go all the way down to see if you're going to see any type of bounce here. And 30-minute is flipped up as long as you're closing over 105. 30-minute. So if you do get a little bit of a bounce here, maybe you can see 106 to 108, although that would just be an ideal short entry at that 106 to 108 level. And let's go into the 4 hour and see what you put as your stop loss. If you can short it at around 107, your stop would be around 112. That's like a 5 cents stop loss, versus your TP is somewhere around 90 cents. So that would be, let's see how much. That's 2.9% against you versus 90 cents. Let's front run that a little bit and put it around 95 cents. That's around 11.5%. Versus if you were to actually go down to the bearish divergence target of 76 cents, let's front run that and put it at 80 cents. This will still be a higher low on the macro. This is like a 25% move down in exchange of less than 3%. Pretty good, pretty cool. But yeah, if you do see any type of bounce here based off of the low, very, very, very low, like the gambling time frame sweeping up, that wouldn't really take you any past 108, like 106 to 108. And then from there, this dump is likely going to continue towards somewhere around $1 for the psychological figure. Probably going to bounce a little there. Then you're probably going to bounce somewhere around like 90 cents. And then if the critical zone doesn't update it by that point, then you are likely going to go towards somewhere around 75, 76 cents. And that would be basically just a 50% higher low than the last major low of 50 cents. And this does like to make steadily higher lows every cycle from one bear market to the next. So slightly higher low, and then not the next one, but not the cycle after, but the cycle after that one is like when it likes to make new all-time highs. So it probably doesn't really do anything in this next upcoming cycle. Maybe it comes back to retest somewhere around $3, but probably doesn't make a new all-time high if history were to hold true.
So what's the entry? I'm sorry.
The entry for longer term purchases would be around 80.
No, it's a day trade, son.
Entry for short would be $1.08. And the TP is 95 cents. First one, and then the second one is 80 cents.
Got it. Thank you. Damn. Did it make already a new low today?
It's very close.
105.046.
I think whenever it breaks that low, the 2-day volatility is going to start expanding.
It's close to June 6th low, out of by
nothing.
Yeah.
This would be the first altcoin, like important in between, quotations, let's just call it. So I can't say just an important altcoin. Sorry, guys.
The favorite altcoin of taxi drivers everywhere.
That's right. Hey, show some respect. It's Uber drivers.
Oh, my bad.
They have an app, okay? Oh, my God. Espero que mi cuate de verdad no haya comprado esta chingadera cuando me escribió a preguntar. Que la mayoría de la gente te escribe, ¿no? Y te pregunta, oye, güey, XRP está baratísimo. Un amigo de la NASA me contó eso. Lo veo y le digo, no, güey, todavía no, espérate y yo te digo cuándo comprar. Yo imagino que sí compró y ya perdió más de la mitad de su dinero. Pero bueno, espero que ustedes no sean como él. Esta es una clara tendencia bajista. No hay de otra, güey, ve cuántas velas rojas, como también, Solana y todo. Y ahora, lo que la gente en XRP se tiene que preguntar es, ¿estás aquí y vas a tener otra vez 8 años de esto? Y ya saben que me gusta guiarme por la historia de todo, ¿no? No me gusta nada más adivinar y creer que todo va a cambiar, ¿no? La historia de esto es, no hiciste un alto en el ciclo pasado. Lo va a volver a repetir, entonces yo le daría más peso a un pedo así, como el de acá, que a que vaya a nuevos altos históricos. Pero también lo que ha hecho constantemente todo el tiempo, y no podemos decir que no, son bajos más altos. Entonces yo imaginaría que si vienes por acá, probablemente encuentres ese fondillo en los 76 centavos para continuar, ¿no? Por ahora esta es una tendencia bajista, estás preguntando de un trade a corto plazo. El trade a corto plazo tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante este movimiento a la baja, en lo que todo cripto está yéndose a la mega verga. Y todavía no hay historia, todavía no hay sentimiento, todo el mundo está contento. Lo único que veo que no deja de aparecerme en mi feed de X es lo de los extraterrestres, tíos. Obviamente estoy haciendo mi encuesta pedorra de los extraterrestres como una gran broma, ¿no? Porque a fin de cuentas, no, solamente es lo único que puedo ver. Vean, pongo X y es todo lo que me aparece. Y ya saben, güey, cuando te empujan una narrativa, ¿qué crees que es lo que no va a pasar, no? Pero no veo más allá de esto, de estas pendejadas también el terremoto. Pero más allá de esto y Michael Saylor, pues es por eso que se las pongo, ¿no? Como hay muchas cosas pasando al mismo tiempo, a mi gusto, para poder empezar a leer el sentimiento todavía. Entonces, sigo sin saber qué pedo, básicamente. XRP es la primera de las altcoins que tengo acá que va a marcar un nuevo mínimo comparado con su último mínimo. Por ejemplo, Solana, comparado con esto, todavía está bastante arriba de su último mínimo. Ethereum, relativamente hablando, también está a $100, que pues, $100 en Ethereum cuestan trabajo bajar, ¿no? Pero, atento, tal cual como en XRP, todas estas cosas tienes lo que parece ser un setup de volatilidad a la baja. En Solana no, ¿eh? Interesante. Puede que Solana sea la que mejor aguante comparado con todas las demás y Ethereum sí camine al objetivo de los 1409, que es lo que a fin de cuentas estoy esperando. Ojalá y se dé. Así que vamos a ver. De todas maneras, no voy a soltar la pistola hasta que tenga tenga toda la gente peleándose por esto. Todavía no hay nada ahí. En XRP, para no hacerte el cuento largo, te voy a poner el HPDR. Puedes ver en la diaria, estás cayendo. Tu básica entrada sería un retorno a la parte del 61.8% acá, en el 1.08, e invalidarlo aquí arriba, a este corto. Pues la de 4 horas, si nos lo enseño un poco mejor, 1.08 es la parte baja de la zona azul. Y si vienes a retestear la parte baja de la zona azul, puedes eliminar tu corto aquí en 1.09, en 1.10 o en el 1.11. Ahora esta invalidación está bastante grande. Yo usaría la primera vela a ver si te lo da, porque si sí, esto quiere decir que continúas la tendencia bajista. Porque si te llegas a llevar este máximo bajo, alto, y pues irías más alto en este rebote. Pero te imaginarías que esto es lo que pase y esto te lleve a $1, del dólar encontrar otro rebote y de ahí para abajo. Entonces, la respuesta fácil es 1.08 con una invalidación en el alto de esta vela, la de la izquierda en la de 4 horas, y con eso llevártelo a $1 para que hagas un trade en XRP. Vientos. ¿Cuál es la que sigue? What's next after XRP, did I say? Or not really? Silver.
Oh, silver. Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, nice. After last night's close, I mean, silver is just fulfilling the bear prophecy. That 6470 region is very important. I think we're talking about maybe a silver trade, I believe.
Yeah, it's a silver trade. The dude's in short. He's in a short, and he's saying, one second. I'm in a silver trade right now, and where is he going to go? I'm short, seeing 62.4. Is that right?
Yeah. Okay. So he shorted the high of today, which isn't a bad spot at all. You're just printing as, this keeps getting more girthy and red, which is good. That's a good sign. And you actually position in a good spot versus where I wanted to, which was at 64.70. You did not get the retest. You didn't even retest the daily 5 to put it in perspective. That doesn't mean it can't get the retest, but now what you see is you're getting a follow-through move. You're in lower low posturing. It's very rare for today silver to get bought up, in my opinion. Now, tomorrow, the coming days, absolutely could go in lower high, even reject maybe this wick low. But really, the objective still stands at $54.41. And what we've been seeing on silver, something I've just noted is really it does, once we are in a bear break, making the bear move, we do aggressively reach the next region pretty violent and fast. Hence why, like today, you're seeing a 5% red dildo on silver. Pretty insane. Now, for me, the target is still 54.41. I do believe this will come, today, tomorrow. You are starting to see even volatility break above the moving average. Now, there is no setup here, but, just kind of showing the idea that volatility could just still go up more towards the extreme. causing silver to actually reach our zone. Let's double check HBDR on the daily. Are we on the extreme? Yeah, okay, so we're in the extreme end of this move, 97.5. We can even look at the 2-day, and it is at 97.5 as well. But you even see here the 2-day has a target down to the SMA 200. Now, what could occur here is you just get some consolidation. I highly doubt silver is just going to capitulate down to the 30s, but would be actually quite interesting if it did. Rather, I would still just keep 54 in the back of your mind. You could even have the stop loss of today's high, or even TP this. I mean, you're behind a 5% move in a lower low posturing on the chart. We haven't even gotten the bearish retest. You don't want to be the person that actually feels the short squeeze, and then we get the retest, and then we ended up dumping. Would not be good. And with silver and really risk in crypto as a whole, with Dixie going up, it is just showing that, you know, markets are weak. That's all I can gather on that silver chart. You can even look at the weekly here. Really has just been in a sell trigger since the start of June. You are now breaking down under that $64, meaning in the next 2 days, you absolutely could get the retest of the $64 region. This has been solid support, even on a weekly perspective. So in my opinion, yes, I would really TP fully at 54.40, 55. You're at 58, so you don't want greed to really take hold here, especially when the daily's in lower low. So yeah, I would start TPing this zone. You're right in the consolidation region here. You're kind of retesting the highs. If you were just to draw like a lower time frame meme line, like here. So there's no reason to get too aggressive if you did successfully catch this entire move down. Actually, let me make that a little better. So for me, I would really be watching for maybe a loss of $59. We could even tweak that out, go like 50, yeah, like 58.78, 58.80. If you start losing that today, that'll start moving you down to 54.40. Until you actually lose that, though, I would actually be watching for a retest of 64.70. That way, then you can maybe get a short entry, displace trend, and you get lower highs. Maybe even volatility can start resetting while you get that mean reversion. It's totally like silver to get a lower low and then a pop up, actually. Lower low, pop up, lower low, pop up. So you're in lower low. So that's all I can see on silver. If you are on ETA, I am going to play this trade on ETA. But this will just mean we need patience. And regardless, even if you view this on like a monthly, it could take time. Yes, we do have a bounce zone at 55, so 21. But then this could just play right between the 9 and the 21. And that does mean that, yeah, you will actually probably get entry maybe into July around 65, 64, testing that monthly 9, maybe getting another retest of the 21 going into July. Assuming you retest it into June in 6 days, I do think you will do it, but I would hate to say just hold the trade until then, and then it just reverses here. So if you are behind a 5% move on silver on 1 day, I wouldn't be too greedy on that because there are other trades coming.
Yes, indeed, senor. Thank you. All right, so we did silver just now. I'll be quick. Oh my God. Jack in the Box. Do you think it'll get to $15? Because right now it's running. It's got a 1 second.
Pumping
16% pump. So do you think it's going to get to $15? And so I can exit there and then call it a day? Or what do you think? Should I keep it running? That's going to be the next question for whoever takes that. And then after that, is it time to buy MicroStrategy?
Okay.
I'll do whichever one.
You guys pick.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll just do strategy.
Okay. So Jack in the Box for foreign. Perfecto. Ahí va los Bitcoin. Güey, no mames. No mames la tabla. Fondilla local 24. La repetición total. Qué mamada. Plata. Plata para un trade. Estás en un trade ya. ¿Qué hago? ¿Me llevo mi lana? ¿Me quedo dentro del trade? Esto es lo que ya teníamos en la tabla, porque Alex había mandado la idea en el stream pasado del corto. No llegamos hasta acá arriba, pero te subiste en esta vela de los 62. Lo que Alex está diciendo es, ve dónde estás parado en este momento. Esperaríamos nosotros, de todas maneras, ese retesteo de esta zona para poder hacer ese corto otra vez y poder beneficiar un poco más. Pero por ahora lo que tienes que ver es dónde estás. Si estás viendo esta tabla así, puedes ver que aquí hay una buena zona de consolidación, ¿no? Cuando tienes zonas de consolidación, son zonas de fricción, mi estimado. Entonces lo puedes poner así, ponte tú, y esto aquí abajo, ¿no? Entonces, tu zona de take profit está entre los 58 y los 56. De ahí podrías esperar, no sé de dónde salió eso, de aquí podrías esperar salirte, ya tienes una buena ganancia de 5%, si usaste 10%, 50%, si usaste 20x, un 100% sobre tu trade, hiciste el doble de tu lana, nada mal. Tal vez no quieras llevártelo hasta acá, ¿no? Tienes zona de fricción, estás justamente en ella y estás rebotando. Tal vez sería bueno tomar tu dinero. Nadie dice que no va a continuar cayendo, pero no, ¿para qué arriesgar ganancias seguras en un excelente movimiento ya que llevas? Y esto, acá lo que esperaríamos es que tengamos un rebote, vengamos a esta zona y podamos continuar para abajo. Y otra cosa, mi cuate que quería comprar XRP compró plata en el tope del tope. Entonces, que Dios también lo bendiga, no puede ser. Así que, aunque no lo crean, qué puta mala suerte. O bueno, no, ese es el pedo de no saber leer una tabla y que te digan, güey, ve qué barato está XRP, cuesta menos de $2. ¡Pito! Güey, ve qué barata está la plata, ve lo que cuesta el oro y no tienes referencia alguna y pito. Entonces, buena idea entre ahora y los 56 llevarte tu lana y ahí esperar a que regrese para arriba para volver a rechazar y continuar para abajo. La segunda oportunidad también, si no se llega a dar aquí arriba, son los 63, simplemente por este rechazo. Y este rechazo, y puedes ver que también aquí hay una zona de fricción. Así que Alex va a estar al pendiente de esta zona para mandarles también en las alertas para que estén bien pegados por ahí, mis estimados. Vamos a ver Jack in the Box, que de nuevo a los locos que todavía lo están tradeando. Buena recuperación de Jack in the Box. La última vez que pompeó Jack in the Box en lo que todo estaba cayendo fue cuando nosotros entramos. ¿Cuándo fue eso? Fue esta, ¿no? Noviembre del 2025 hasta enero del 2026. Y ahora está pompeando una vez más. So, who is ready, Mr. Farjano? Perfect.
Alrighty. Jack in the Box. If your Uncle Jack helped you off a box, would you help your Uncle Jack off a box?
I would. He seems like a nice guy.
So you're getting a slight rejection from the 55 EMA now. Not really much to worry about here, especially since you're as long as you're over the 88.3% at $13.26. And momentum is getting a little extreme to the upside, but it does like to stay there for a little while before it gets topped out. And go to daily. Daily is now starting to flip back up, getting back over that moving average with volatility at extreme lows, approaching 0%. And let me zoom in here, see where we went on momentum. We made a higher low along with lower low on price, giving us bullish divergence, which currently will confirm with any close over $11.73, which we are like $2 over, and we are also over the median, a little bit under the median actually. The median's at $13.75, like 2 cents above price action currently. And if you were to get a close over the median, then you are likely going to get another move into the 38.2% and this 100 EMA, which is at 13.75. And at that point, a breakout becomes likely possible into the 78.6, which is lining up currently around like $14.30. This 200 SMA on the daily, it's around $16.33. This would be the target after several closures above this 100 EMA. Then at that point, this would have time to drop down into, so it's not so extreme into the HPDR ranges. I'm a little uncomfortable calling this out while it's so far into the 97.5%. times that you've topped out before. You topped here at the 95%, and this one was into the 97.5%. So this one would line up with that 200 SMA. I just wouldn't bet on that. I'm moving to the 97.5%. I'm more comfortable with something around like $15.70, maybe $15.20. Even that is a pretty awesome move from where we are now. That is like 13%. It's going to 4 hour. 4 hours getting, let me zoom in. It was very close to getting a silver cross to the downside, but now they've diverged and you're getting the opposite move. And 4 hour has currently hit the 200 SMA. So from here, maybe you see a little bit of a pullback, possibly into somewhere around like $13.20 towards around $13 flat, which would be the 78.6%. But I would be looking for that as next higher low, basically take out all the late longs from here and then run it upwards towards somewhere around $15. Let's look at RSI. I'm guessing this is pumping along with food with Wendy's. They're blaming the Wall Street guys again for Wendy's as if they're the ones responsible for
No. My favorite thing is then why is Jack in the Box pumping?
Maybe some people are accidentally buying Jack in the Box.
You know what I'm saying? Like they're so fucking stupid. They're so fucking stupid. It's crazy.
It's got to be the Redditors that are making it go up. They added $360 million to the market cap.
It's most likely what it is.
The Redditors don't even have 360 pennies.
Not right now. Everyone's fucking crying like a little bitch on fucking Twitter, so I don't think so. Can you believe that Elon Musk sold us the SpaceX IPO? Shut the fuck up.
And today on Jack in the Box is putting in 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence currently. This is going to confirm with any close over $12.84. And then this gives you a move into the critical zone, but this is going to update. Right now it's currently sitting at $21, but likely going to update. Daily also about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over same number, 1284, and this gives you a move into, well, interesting, same targets, $20.91. Do want to see what this goes to after the close though. And 4 hours got bullish divergence. From here that would target $14.50, and then the critical zone sitting at $21.50. Although even if you go to the $21 area, probably going to get a pullback around $15 first. Two hours also like a bullish divergence, going to give you a target of the critical zone, which will update in about 8 minutes. Right now it's at $18. Let's look at momentum. Today is currently flipped up, entering into the bullish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $12.05. Daily is currently also about to freshly flip up, and it would volatility expansion, and it will flip up with any close over $12.83. You're kind of forming a little bit of a Bart Simpson here, but kind of does look like you're going to bust up. Any divergences here? No. 12 hour, basically the same thing. Gonna flip up with any close over 1285. 4 hour already flipped up and it's gonna remain up as long as you're closing over 1276 with a derp of life. Just want to see this reclaim this 200 SMA for the next busting action. 2 hour also flipped up as long as you're closing over 1159. Hourly looks slightly short-term toppy but it is flipped up as long as you're closing over 1185. So especially with that hourly silver cross, likely you're going to get a little bit of a move down to tag somewhere around $13 to possibly $12.80. If you're not already positioned on Jack in the Box, this would be an area where you could go long, but it's not the best entry, kind of bad actually, because your stop is all the way down here. But if you're already holding, then just keep holding. Don't panic once you're coming down to $12.80, $13. Maybe you could add to your position, and then you'd be targeting from here somewhere around $15.50 to $15.70, depending on where the HPDR levels at that time, because if they do step up, then I'd move that target from 15.70 to somewhere around $16.50 for the 200 SMA. But I'm just hesitant on that while it's still sitting so high up in the HPDR ranges. So that's why I'm putting that number at $15.70, which is currently the extreme end of that range. And this is looking like it's going to go towards that $15 to $16 area, as long as you are over, like, even if you, as long as you're over $12.69. But the more exact number would be around $11.55. But $12.69 would also work as well, because this is the opening of this candle before your busting actually started, and this is around that $14, $15 area. Even if you're going to bust up, I do think you're going to get a little bit of a pullback in that region. Whether that'll be your macro top or not, that's yet to be seen.
So the answer is, yeah, he should hold on to 15 to sell.
Yeah.
Basically. Perfecto. Okay, we'll get to strategy because Bitcoin is losing its panties. It's very close to making that little bottom, but it's still inviting longs to think, guys, I bought the bottom. I'm going to long now and use that invalidation that's definitely not going to get taken out. Right? That's how it works.
Yeah, basically. And then it literally quite becomes a magnet for price to take out that low.
Well, yeah, it's a self-fulfilling story, right? Damn, it's pretty good, man. This is fucking exciting. That's crazy that it happened just like in 2018.
Yeah, actually, honestly, kind of nuts.
Like
that with the setups, it was just like perfect confluence. All we needed was like a bull moon or a bull super, or a bear super moon, and we would have had everything.
Yeah, holy shit balls. Alrighty, I'll do Jack in the Box real quick. La respuesta es sí. Vas a venir estos $15. Tienes el SMA 200 acá en los 16.33. Lo único que tienes que hacer ahorita es probablemente vas a dar una vuelta a los $13. De ahí disparar por ahí de los 15. Y ahí pues ya verás si puedes reventar el SMA 200 diario, quedarte acá, consolidar, ir para arriba. Ahí sería cosa de ver. No tengo ni puta idea si eso va a ser bueno o no. La última vez tuvimos un super pompazo, tuvimos volatilidad explotando a la alza, etcétera, pero instantáneamente nos quitó eso. Volatilidad explotando a la baja. Así que pasó muy rápido. Si te estás preguntando, ¿debo de quedarme aquí o no hasta los 15? Tiene bastante sentido. También cuando volteas a ver que tienes tu promedio del 34 acá, la última vez ya lo veniste a tocar, mínimo tienes que venir a darle una saludada, ¿no? Y eso quiere decir que sí, a eso tienes bastantes altas probabilidades de llegar ahí. Vámonos con MicroStrategy a ver qué pedo. Un segundo.
Yeah, let's see. Because STRC's, I guess.
Well, that's a different product, right? Because STRC is the yield one. They're asking about MSTR, obviously. But that shit's like down. And by the way, if these ones are the ones that go out of business, like I don't know shit about that, because I don't like, I'm not, he's got like 30 of these. You know that, right? I had no idea. I just saw someone posting all of the ones that he's got.
Yeah, I didn't know that, honestly. I only followed this strategy.
Yeah, me too.
I'm a simple man. And well, I think the FUD on STRC's flowing into strategy. Even, you know, the headline traders got the gift of shorting the headline of sailors selling Bitcoin. Then he comes out and says, well, I never said I wouldn't sell. I just said you shouldn't sell. And then even STRC being made of AI, I guess, isn't good. But I thought we all love AI. So it just doesn't make too much sense, honestly.
Very confusing.
Yeah, a little confusing times. But regardless, what we had here was a massive rejection of 200. Now we're actually going down to the $80 region. Now, this is the big spot we want to be watching very carefully. We have a range of around 89 to like $81, which should be looked at as a buy zone on strategy. Despite this move down, really, you should at minimum get some kind of mean reversion, I think, to around 112, maybe even all the way back to around 120. It's only until you start closing back under $72.70 where then you're going to be entering into this market where we can aggressively sell off to around 46 bucks. I don't think that's the case. I think max downside is around $73. And really, we should still stick to our plan. Really look for longs around $89 to $81. And ideally, this will correlate to a $49,000 Bitcoin. But the idea with strategy and investing is kind of using Bitcoin for a bottom gauge. I think is easier. And well, now that we're right around $10,000 away from 49,000, and we've gone down $3,000 today, that means that really in the next 3 to 4 days, Bitcoin could find a low, meaning strategy could honestly find a low around $72. I would be using Bitcoin's low to kind of gauge strategy. I'm convinced 49 to like 50, 45 to like 50,000 will be the bottom on Bitcoin. And so you see, as we get lower on Bitcoin, strategy approaches our zone. Watch $81 really carefully to 72. And like I mentioned, it's just kind of this range to buy. Once you lose 72, 70, yeah, all bets are off. I would even cut investments, and we're most likely going to capitulate to 47 bucks. And we have to look at this type of market. It can really happen fast in 2 weeks. That's why if we start losing 72, 70, all bets are off for me on strategy, becoming bullish until at minimum 47. But that means you're really going to be eating around a 35% move. So yeah, overall strategy looks bad. I have to just really play the current previous cycle levels. And for us, that is just sitting right at $87. We rejected that. You will go back down to this 80, and then, like I mentioned, 72 kind of being the extremity low. Not a good sign. We're almost to our TP zone on our strategy short. We were able to short strategy at the 135s, and then even here in the 100s to 112s. So a swift TP zone. TP zones means most likely mean reversions, and we know that with lower lows. So we're definitely in lower low posturing. So be fully aware of strategy bouncing, but that's still potentially going to result to a lower high. Where to invest in strategy? $72 to $80 would be a good spot, and really only you'd invest in maybe $90 if you get multiple weekly closures right in that zone. Like consolidation makes it a little more tricky with Bitcoin absolutely dumping today and having a clear objective down to $49, no matter how you look at it. So hopefully that answered the question with strategy. I do believe if you want the lowest point, buy 72.40. If you lose that on like a daily, cut the longs, cut the investment, and then buy at 40s. That just makes the most amount of sense. That's all I have on strategy. It's not the best looking chart. I have hopium, maybe previous cycle highs hold, and maybe then like the 80s to 72 will be just a hindsight like opportunity spot.
72. All right. Thank you, señor. Ok, strategy para todos ustedes. Y esta es obviamente lo que ve Alex. Déjame quito todas mis pendejadas de ayer. Listo, listo, listo. Ok, estamos en el S&P 200 en la de 2 semanas. Wow, el mercado bajista del 2022 apenas lo tocamos ahí, nada mal. Eso quiere decir que es como sea. No está nada mal, no está nada mal. Si hubieras comprado... Esta fue una gatada, de strategy. Vean esto. Déjame quito esto. Y esto. Si hubieras comprado el S&P 200 hasta el tope, hubieras hecho 2,200%. ¡Wow! Pero obviamente este pompazo no creo que lo vayamos a ver otra vez. Sería una locura. O quién sabe, ¿no? El super ciclo, veamos. La cosa es, si vas a comprar solamente strategy volteando a ver técnico, puedes ver que justamente acá tienes el rechazo de los 81 dólares. Ese rechazo de los 81 dólares fue el rechazo acá, el rechazo acá, el rechazo acá, el rechazo acá, y es por lo que abre esa ventana en donde hacerlo. El segundo nivel son los 72 dólares, que es justamente donde tuviste los otros rechazos aquí en la parte de abajo. Déjame abro la tabla para que lo puedas ver más. Justamente aquí no pudiste cerrar por encima, y una vez que cerraste por encima, te fuiste a altos históricos. Entonces, de acuerdo a dónde vas en este momento cayendo, si llegaras a perder los 72 dólares en strategy, es donde Alex dice que te salgas y tal vez volver a entrar de vuelta en esta zona de 45, 42 dólares. Voy a poner una línea para que las veas. ¿Por qué? Porque esto fue soporte, luego se volvió resistencia, resistencia y luego volvió a ser soporte para catapultarte a la alza. Entonces, para él, las compras de strategy tienen sentido entre 81 y 72 dólares. Lo que yo digo en esto es bastante sencillo. Voltea a ver a Bitcoin. ¿Dónde está Bitcoin y cuando caiga? ¿No? Esa también es otra opción y otra oportunidad que tienes de simplemente seguir lo que esté haciendo Bitcoin. Una vez que veas que Bitcoin, que ahorita está nada de llevarse el nuevo mínimo, donde sientas que tiene el nuevo mínimo, si ya tienes tu plan y dijiste, güey, cuando Bitcoin toque 53, 50, 51, 49, 45, 35 mil dólares, es cuando voy a comprar. Ahí es cuando volteas a ver strategy, ahí es cuando volteas a ver todo lo demás y ahí es cuando compras. Que es básicamente lo que yo estoy haciendo, simplemente dejando que Bitcoin me guíe, ¿no? Para ver a dónde nos vamos. Y es todo lo que tengo para ustedes. Boys, you're basically done. I'm sorry I didn't realize before going into the explanation, but you're all done. Is there anything you'd like to add before we go? Market's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's absolutely cooking up. For me, really nothing. Just watch the trading alerts, really. We'll be updating it. Coinbase potentially is giving a new short. Bitcoin has a short on the daily, loss of 62.2. And other shorts potentially like Palantir I saw is giving a short on the weekly. It's very interesting.
But that makes no sense because President Trump told everyone to buy Palantir. How could that be?
Oh, I see. So it must just be, the chart must be lying, man.
There you go. There you go. Now, finally, some logic on this show.
The color is probably wrong. It actually means to show green.
Oh, there we go. Always
that's a great explanation. That's a great explanation. Thank you, sir. Well, excellent. Thank you so much, boys.
Yeah, thank you. And we'll see you on the class tomorrow, actually.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
See you mañana.
See you mañana. Muchas gracias and buenas tardes, cabrones.
Hasta luego, cabrón. Ahí lo tienen. Acá está Palantir, pero, güey, ¿se acuerdan que el presidente Trump les había dicho que compraran Palantir? No tiene sentido que esté bajando. Objetivos todavía puestos, ¿no? En Palantir, bastante bien. Todo esto, güey, tenemos que ver a dónde vamos. Tenemos que ver cuál es el sentimiento antes de ponernos locos. Literalmente no hay nada en X. Nadie está mentándose la madre. Todavía no viene el güey que me la arma de pedo todo el tiempo con los bots. O sea, no. Hay gente hasta dándome la razón. Todavía no estamos ahí, ¿eh? Aquí hay alguien peleándose conmigo. Ah, pero no tiene nada que ver con esto. ¿De qué vergas hablas, Piccolo? No tengo ni puta idea de lo que estés hablando, güey. Mi post de los desastres de hoy es un chiste. No tengo ni idea de lo que estés hablando, güey. Perdón. No tengo ni puta idea. No hay, o sea, no hay nada más. Lo que sí hay fuera de pedo es lo del temblor. Porque aparte estamos teniendo llamaradas solares y todo lo del espacio y todo ese pedo, eso sí es bastante real para mí. Lo de que vengan los extraterrestres, ¿no? Eso para que vean, no tiene tanto sentido para mí. Bitcoin ahorita está a punto de llevarse estos mínimos. Quiero ver. Lo interesante para mí de todo esto es, en la semanal, si ahorita te llevas los mínimos y el RSI no se apunta fuerte para abajo, estarías postulándote a poner una divergencia alcista. Para los que no sepan leer una divergencia alcista, una divergencia es una diferencia. Entonces, Si tienes un bajo y luego tienes un bajo más bajo, el RSI, para no tener una divergencia, tendría que tener un bajo y un bajo más bajo. Pero como pueden ver, el RSI tiene un bajo y posiblemente un bajo más alto. Como hay una diferencia, es una divergencia. Y eso podría confirmarse con cualquier cierre por encima de este máximo de los 68. Pero antes de que se pongan locas y crean que eso es el caso, porque normalmente esto es lo que marca los fondos en Bitcoin en los ciclos, no hay nada todavía ni siquiera dado, ¿ok? Todavía no tienes ni siquiera el nuevo mínimo. Seguimos a $400 de él, antes de que se me pongan locas. Solana sigue aguantando bastante bien comparado con el mínimo que tenía, sorprendentemente. Voy a ver si XRP ya se llevó el mínimo. Creo que ya, ¿eh? Ok. Creo que XRP ya lo hizo oficial. Vamos a ver en la diaria. Ya, XRP ya se llevó el mínimo. Ahora, XRP sí tiene una posibilidad de divergencia alcista porque tienes esto con este mínimo. Tienes un mínimo más bajo que es más alto. Ahora, solamente es una posibilidad de divergencia alcista. Recuerda que en la diaria, para eso tienes que cerrar, tienes que cerrar arriba de 1.3, cabrón, no mames. Entonces, tranquilos, antes de que se pongan locas y a los que estén viendo esto en la tabla. Bitcoin acercándose a esa zona. ¿Qué me dices de Ethereum? Ethereum tiene un poco de lo mismo. Puedes ver acá el RSI completamente castigado, pero Ethereum tendría que hacer un nuevo mínimo. Y hasta ahorita no lo ha hecho, que sería extraordinario. Extraordinario, brother. Lo que les he repetido un poco para que no se confundan es, si ven que Bitcoin hace un nuevo bajo, se va de lado, y Ethereum no hace un nuevo mínimo, o Solana no hace un nuevo mínimo, estas dos, puede que estas ya hayan fondeado. Hasta ese entonces, no estoy diciendo que ya fondearon, estoy diciendo, si eso es lo que ves, la relación se rompe de esa forma, normalmente las altcoins son las que fondean primero y después Bitcoin en este tipo de escenarios, en los ciclos bajistas. El dólar rematándose al peso por fin, el dólar subiendo. Ahora, el dólar lo único que tiene que hacer, estimados, es llevarse esto. El 1, ponte tú, lo siento, el nivel del 101,975. Una vez que lo hagas, probablemente revientes, caigas de vuelta, retestearlo y vámonos de aquí al cielo. Ya de ahí tu siguiente nivel van a ser los 105, pero aquí tienes un patrón interesante. Y aquí puedes consolidar tantito, porque lo que tienes es la famosa tacita. ¿Y cómo se mide esa chingadera? No estoy hablando de mi nepe. De aquí a acá. Y ahora esto te llevaría a nivel, voy a poner solamente una línea por entretenerme, 108, que hay en los 108. Uf. Ok, esos son mis siguientes objetivos en el dólar subiendo con fuerza. Circle, pueden ver que relativo a strategy, relativo a lo demás, no les está yendo nada mal. Nada, teníamos las divergencias semanales bajistas, que fue lo que nos dijo que íbamos a caer, con este alto y un alto más alto, un alto y un alto más bajo, y ahí vas para abajo. Y pues simplemente toca que continúes, porque aquí lo que tiene es un cero de volatilidad a la baja, según yo. Correcto. Tienes volatilidad apuntando para arriba en lo que vas para abajo, con momentum apuntando para abajo. Eso quiere decir que va a encontrar mejores entradas. Strategy en una excelente posición, pero de nuevo, te vas a regir por Bitcoin, tío. Bitcoin es el que nos va a decir todo lo que necesitamos saber. A dónde vamos, qué tan lejos, etcétera. Solamente para entretenerlos un poco, les voy a poner el HPDR. Y deberías de frenarte o encontrar una reacción en los 55,900, si es que continúas cayendo. Y de ahí tocan los 49 en ese 95% en la semanal. Vamos a ver en la diaria qué tan posible sea eso ahorita. El 97% es 48, 49. Ahorita 58,300 es lo que debería de seguir. Simplemente está llevándose a la mayor cantidad de gente que quiere entrar en long ahorita, la están metiendo para que se los violen. Y eso aumenta el poder de la bajada, por cierto. Es como funciona esta chingadera, lo estás alimentando. Tienes un cero de volatilidad a la alza, tienes ahorita que te lleves el mínimo la posibilidad de divergencia alcista, un buen rebote, pero por ahora, pues ahí vas para abajo y el 88,3% está en esos $55,000. ¿Por qué había puesto yo que quería $55,000? Ah, simplemente por la tabla. Vean. $55,000 en este ciclo fue resistencia, 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 un cierre, estos cierrecillos y luego ¡pum! Para abajo. Y luego acá fue soporte todo este tiempo, soporte, lo pierdes, resistencia, lo ganas, resistencia, resistencia. Una vez que lo tomas, retesteas y te vas para arriba. Por eso, no, 55 es la morada, pendejo. Es esta. Feliz. Hombre, ya ven, y aquí me están haciendo caso, están perdidos, tíos. Es justamente esto, donde acá fue, literal, es un poco de lo mismo. Un buen nivel, soporte, soporte. Fue soporte todo este tiempo en esta caída en cierres, menos en esta velita, que también cerró por debajo, pero no se llevó este mínimo. Fue cuando Trump nos dijo que todo esto iba a subir. ¿Les gustó lo que están viendo? Y de ahí nos fuimos para arriba. Por eso tengo ese 55 ahí. Brutal, lo del fondo local, ahí va. Está ya en nada de llevarse el mínimo pasado, 255. Vamos a ver si lo podemos ver en vivo y en directo a todo colore. A todo colore. Güey, le están robando, no sé si han visto los anuncios de modelo en Estados Unidos en Telemundo y hay un güey que habla como el perro. ¿Es el perro o le están robando la voz al güey? El perro Bermúdez, para los que no sepan quién es, no, de quién está hablando. Yo sé que los perros no hablan. Porque si están hablando así, la cerveza es modelo. ¿Por qué vergas no me contratan a mí? Yo lo puedo hacer por $200. Más barato. Es más, lo hago gratis, ¿no? Ya, como todos los creadores, los influencers. Me estaba contando un amigo. Güey, no sé qué. Bueno, sí sé qué está pasando, pero un amigo me está diciendo, güey, ya no nos llega nada interesante de sponsors. Ya lo que me están ofreciendo todo es como una colaboración. Y pues sí, güey, todo el mundo está dispuesto a hacer todo gratis para que les den el contenido. Obviamente ibas a llegar a ese punto donde todo vale verga, ¿no? Qué bonito es no ser parte de esa mamada ya, ¿no? Qué bonito. Eso sí, si me hablas y me ofreces $50,000 por hacer algo, lo voy a hacer. Pero tiene que ser una cantidad pesada de dinero. Bitcoin, debajo de los 59. I want sailors to be locked up. Okay, this Bitcoin seller does not care. Ok, todo el mundo apuntando a 52. Ok. Don't look at Bitcoin relative to the S&P 500, a menos de que quieras llorar. Veo 75, bla, bla, bla. Pero estoy leyendo acá a ver si encuentro un poco de confluencia en alguna historia o en algo de miedo que les estén metiendo. Nada, ¿eh? Absolutamente nada. Esto quiere decir que tiene camino para abajo. Recuerden que normalmente, ¿qué está pasando? Odio que ahora X te pone sonido en los videos. No, esto de que alguien mataron en Siria fue de hace 4 horas, no ahorita. No, necesitamos no es un cisne negro, es algo que nos mientan, que nos haga ver más para abajo. Es lo que necesitamos. Y que todo el mundo, ahí está, el nuevo mínimo. Venga, estamos a nada. O ya lo logramos. Ya, aquí estás. No, todavía no lo logramos. Estamos a nada, tíos. Ahí va. Venga, el nuevo mínimo de Bitcoin. Venga. 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 Ahí está. Todos los güeyes que están en log ahorita están de, no se va a llevar mi... Venga. Hazlo ya, cabrón. Hazlo ya, ahí está. Ahora sí puede ir a chingar a su puta madre. Ya se lo llevó. Y ahora ya va a continuar fuerte. Van a ver. ¿Ven? Es que el mercado no está manipulado. Lo que pasa es que así se comporta. Ahora sí, 58. Vámonos. Vean lo rápido que baja una vez que te llevas el otro mínimo. Y una vez más, ¿por qué? Porque está invitando a gente. Y me dicen que esta madre se maneja contigo y con Susanita invirtiendo y comprando cosas, güey. O sea, no puede ser más pinche falso todo esto. Ahora sí, los cracks que manejan todo esto son los putos cracks, teniendo a todo el mundo apendejado creyendo que es de verdad la bolsa y todo esto. Ave está pretendiendo hacer un nuevo. Ave, qué rebotote. Oye, ve qué rebote, Susanita. No, esa también es buena. El famoso super rebote. Güey, ya sacó a los mínimos. Este es el mínimo. Para que vean cómo. Y ahorita va a venir agresivamente a cogerse a todos, pero no rápido. Tiene que dejar un espacio para hacer pensar a la gente. Este espacio que ven acá entre la mecha y el cuerpo, para hacer pensar a la gente. Ese fue el mínimo, güey. Ya sé, porque hay gente que entiende un poco lo que yo les digo, ¿no? Que para ir para arriba, Bitcoin tiene que llevarse el mínimo y es cuando se va para arriba. Entonces, ahorita la gente está, ya lo hizo, brother, ya lo hizo. Prepárense, va a hacer esto tantito y después va a venir a cogerse a todos parados para abajo. Ahí está, ahí va, sugiriendo justamente esto. Por cierto, la profecía fue cumplida, damas y caballeros. Damas y caballeros, niños y niñas. Bueno, aquí está. ¡Tarán! 24 de junio, el bajón local. Una vez más, tíos, no es talento, no es nada. Está simplemente siguiendo el ciclo del 2018. Punto. Todo en esta tierra, en este planeta, es un ciclo, se repite. Por eso la puta tierra rota en sí misma y rota alrededor del sol, que también rota en sí mismo y rota en el sistema, en nuestro sistema solar, que rota a través de la galaxia, que rota en el universo. Si eso no te hace entender que todo se repite una y otra puta madre, ¿ves? Nada lo hará. Pero ahí lo tienes. En este momento, el gran ciclo de Bitcoin haciendo lo suyo, la profecía se cumplió. Les enseñaría las chichis, pero nadie las quiere ver. Pero lo logramos, señores. Lo logramos. Pues sí, nada más. Ahí lo tienen. Nuevo mínimo de Bitcoin. Se cumplió la profecía antes de irnos. Nada mal. Nada mal. Voy a hacer ejercicio antes de ver el mundial. Les mando un abrazo a todos. Lo logramos. Lo vimos. Ocurrió. Lo seguimos midiendo. Y una vez más, a mí todavía no me saca de lo que estoy pensando. Estoy en esto de que todo el mundo está tan bajista ya y pensando y los 30 y tantos y no sé. Yo me voy a quedar con mi plan, pero de nuevo, mi plan tiene que ver con mi siguiente compra viendo el pánico en la calle y que apunte para abajo. Todavía no hay eso. Todavía no hay eso. Entonces, no venimos a llevarnos este mínimo por nada. Estamos solamente invitando a la gente conspiranoica como yo a que diga, se fue el mínimo, güey, ve cómo está rebotando. Y no lo va a hacer y se los va a violar. Así que, con cuidado, con cuidado. Y una vez más, el long de esto, que va a ser el más fácil, que no estoy diciendo sea el fondo, pero el long, el momento de entrar en long es cuando te digan la cosa mala. Mínimo si va a ser un fondo local. Yo quiero ver misiles. No los quiero ver, pero es lo que la vez pasada, cuando vi el último fondo, hubieron misiles. Fue muy fácil de ver. Entonces, si sale Donald Trump y dice, esos hijos de puta de Siria, los voy a matar a todos. Ahí, básicamente, ese es el fondo. El local mínimo. ¿Ok? Vamos a estar viendo. Depende de qué tan grande sea la puta historia, es qué tan grande tenemos posibilidad de fondear. Les mando un abrazo. Me sacó esta chingadera. Pórtense bien. Gracias.